Hello! That was a little bit excessive, but I'm very, very excited to start the course. So in this section, we're going to be talking about browsing the web. It's the first part in the how the internet works section. And some of you are thinking right now, whoa, Andre, like, come on. I know how the internet works. Let's get to the heavy, technical stuff. But this is something that actually took me quite a few years to learn. And I see a lot of people just skimming the surface of this stuff without fully understanding how everything works together. Without having those foundations, it's actually very, very difficult to think about performance, optimizing your site, and so on and so on. So we're going to start off very, very basic, and we're going to learn something that it took me many years to learn. And once I figured this out, everything clicked. So just hang in there. Trust me. I promise you'll learn something new in this section. And we're going to be talking about browsing the web. We have over here a laptop, and we have our web browser, let's say Google Chrome. And we typically like to say, go to Google. And we're going to visit Google. So we type in google.com. And well, what happens technically when we do that? When we enter google.com, we press enter on our keyboard. We ask a question. Who's this google.com fellow? And that question gets asked all the way down to our ISP. ISP is Internet Service Provider, and I put a $sign up here, just so you know those are the people that you pay so you can have internet. So if you're in the States, that's Cogeco, Verizon. If you're in Canada, that would be Bell or Rogers. Or, depending on your country, you have your big companies that make a lot of money from internet usage. So they get that request and they send that off to something called the DNS server, so domain name servers. And we'll get into that later on in the course. So don't worry too much about it, but essentially it's a phone book that has the list of all these URLs like google.com, and it has the addresses of them. So exactly like a phone book, they know where google.com is. So they say, hey, I don't know Mr. Google.com personally, but I do know his address. So you should go check him out. So they send off that request back through the ISP, and the website or the web browser, Google Chrome in this case, gets 172.217.723. All right, cool, but nothing's showing up yet. There's no google.com. I can't do any searches yet. Okay, we received what we call an IP address. So think of this as something that every single computer has one. Anything that's connected to the internet has its own address. So the laptop that I'm working on right now has an IP address. Your laptop or computer has an IP address. So this IP address allows the internet to work essentially. It knows our location, our address. So what we do now with google.com, we know this IP address. The browser sends off another request to the Google servers. And it knows where the Google servers are because we have this address. So we go seek it out. And you can think of servers as computers, essentially. My laptop could be a server. Your computer could be a server. Servers are essentially computers that are sometimes in basements or in huge server farms. And they have a piece of software running that, just like at a restaurant where a server brings you food, it knows how to send you files when you request for them. So we send this off, and the Google servers say, oh, yeah, no problem. Let me give you my HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And we'll get into what those are later on in the course. But think of them as just text files. They're text files that Google is going to send to the browser so we can have Google working. So let me just minimize this and show you what it's doing. So we're copying these files, and Google server is saying, yeah, no problem. Thanks for asking for Google. Here it is. And the web browser receives the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So if we go to the next section, boom, we have google.com, and everything's working. Now, that sounded like a whole bunch of stuff that happened in between. And when we're on the internet, everything is quite fast. But yeah, underneath the hood, all of that is happening. And it's crazy to think how fast everything works. Don't take my word for it. Let's just check this process that I'm not just making stuff up for you. If what we learned was correct, technically, we can skip this process, right? I mean, if we know the address of Google, can we just, go into this directly and just, instead of putting in google.com, just put in this in our search bar and it automatically goes to the Google servers? Well, let's try it out. Let's open up Google here. And ooh, what a pretty picture. All right, so we go to google.com. Nothing crazy here. And that's great. But what if I, instead of that, I put in the IP address? So 172, there's no way I could remember this address. So I've done this before. And I press enter. Look at that, google.com. So as you can see, I'm not lying. It's what's happening. The IP address gets sent to the Google servers. Google servers send us a few files so that we can finally load google.com. In the next section, we're going to do something fun. We're going to break a bit of Google and toy around with the website again to show you how cool all of this technology is. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back. In the last section, we talked about how we have google.com, and if we enter an IP address, we essentially get all these files from Google. So if we look back at the diagram that we had, we see here that the Google servers just send us a couple of files, which are HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Again, something that we'll cover later on. But for now, based on that knowledge, we should be able to break Google. So let's play with something. If you open up Google Chrome and you go into View, then Developer, then Developer Tools, you're going to have a screen over here that pops up. You might want to move it up and down just so you can see better. Let me just scroll this down a bit so you can see. You'll see over here that there's a little icon on the left with a pointer and a window. If you click on that and now go to the website, you'll see it selects a bunch of different things. So it's just an element selector. So let's just click on this. So when I click on this, it takes me to the part of the HTML file that essentially tells Google to put in Google search here. So based on that, we can do something fun. We can get the value over here of Google search and let's change it to Andre search. Press enter. Look at that. We now just changed Google to have Andre search over here. That's very, very cool. I want you to play around with that and see what you can do. For example, if I now select this and I'm just like, I don't want this, I'm going to press the delete key and just delete it. Look at that. I can delete that. Okay, I don't like that either. I'm going to press delete on that as well. And let's see. You know what? I want the entire website. I want this entire body thing gone. Delete. Look at that. We just completely deleted Google. Now, you must be freaking out. What happened? Am I going to get sent to jail? I just deleted Google. Well, no, not really. Press enter and Google is back. Now, why is that? Well, if we go back to our diagram, we have Google servers and we were playing around with one of these files and we just modified it. We essentially just said delete, delete. So Google was gone. But when I made that request again, Google servers, no problem. We have these files. They send these files all over again back to the server. Hopefully that made sense to you. We see that the browser essentially is a tool, a piece of software that can receive files from servers and it knows how to read them so that, look at that, we get pretty Google and we can type in all the searches that we want in the world. All right, let's get to the next section where we talk about the internet backbone. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hey there, welcome back. All right, if you thought so far everything's been really, really cool, well, things are going to get a lot cooler. We're going to be talking about the internet backbone. So we recognize this because I've been talking about it for the last couple of lessons. But some of you may have had a question that is, what do the arrows mean? I mean, it's kind of like magic, right? I just told you that we send off the IP address to the servers. The server responds with some files, but this is just magic. Like, what do these arrows mean? So we're going to talk about that in this lesson. And we're going to do that with this really, really fuzzy diagram that I found online from this website. It's not the clearest picture, but it actually has some really important things. So I want to use that to demonstrate to you what the internet backbone is. So some of you know the way we connect in our homes, at a coffee shop, or at work is we usually have Wi-Fi, or maybe sometimes we still have people that are using Ethernet cables and connecting through those. But for now, let's just focus on the fact that we have a home and we have Wi-Fi, and this Wi-Fi essentially gives us internet from the router. You can see this little person over here working hard with a router next to him. And this router is connected all the way to something called a modem. And this is something that if you ever signed up for internet or changed providers, you most likely had somebody come to your house and install something. And that's this box over here that essentially allows the ISP, the internet service provider, this big building over here, we remember that, to connect to it. So this modem has these signal towers that transmit signals of, google.com, and it receives these messages. And then this is why I picked this image, just because I think it's incredible. You see this wire that is connected all the way to the ISP, and then the internet service provider, the ISP, is connected to this magical blue cable that is the internet backbone. And something that's really important in this image is the fact that there's Wi-Fi, which is over the air, but at the end of the day, everything is kind of connected through cables. So some of you, or many of you, or all of you might be wondering, what the hell is this internet backbone thing? Sounds cool, but this kind of vague. So I found a really, really cool thing that we can do together. I'll post this website in the notes after this lesson, but if you go over here, you actually see the internet backbone. So let's say we're in Brazil and we wanted to search google.com. Well, from Brazil, from our home, through Wi-Fi, it connects to our router, to our modem, and then all the way to our internet service provider. Let's say it's internet service providers over here. And then through cables, it connects all the way to, let's say, this point over here. And let's say for now that the Google servers are located somewhere in Portugal over here. Well, that signal of me looking for that IP address of Google and looking for those Google files is going to go through this submarine cable. Yeah, you heard that right. It's a physical cable that goes at the bottom of the seafloor from Brazil all the way to Portugal, where the Google servers are. And then the Google server says, yep, I got those files, here they are, and sends it all the way back through the ISP, all the way back to our house. Like, isn't that cool that there's physical cables that are connecting and creating this internet? So, there are times where somebody destroys or something happens where these cable connections are cut off, and you sometimes lose internet connection that way. But yeah, the internet backbone is literally just this network all over the world of connected cables so that we can transfer these files all over the world. And just to show you how insane this is, somebody from the Opti project over here, I got this off of Wikipedia, mapped out in, I believe this was in 2015, just 30% of the network. And you can see over here that each one of these dots is an IP address. So a computer that is connected to another computer that is connected to another computer. And that's the internet. The internet is just all these connected computers that are just transferring files between each other. And as web developers, and this is the coolest thing, and that's why I just think everybody should be a web developer, because it's so cool. You're allowing this to happen. You're allowing this transferring of files from one computer to another, transferring knowledge from Brazil to Portugal and all over the world, and you get to be part of it. You get to be part of this network, and you get to evolve. When this picture of the internet came to me, I knew that this was the career for me. So hopefully that gets you excited. In the next section, I'm going to show you something really cool, traceroute, before we finish up the lesson and we get into the next sections. So hope that was cool. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hello, welcome back. You mentioned in the last lesson that we're going to be talking about traceroute. What is that? Well, I just wanted to finally get the entire picture of the internet across, and I think this is the best way to do it. Now, if you're on a Mac, you're going to press Command Space and look for a program that comes with your Mac called Terminal, and you're going to press Enter, and you're going to get this. So it's an application that all Macs have. If you're on a Windows machine, it's called Command Prompt. And in the exercise right after this lesson, I will show you instructions on how to access that as well. We're going to talk about trace route. And if you remember, we spoke about this image of all these connected things happening and going to the internet backbone, and then google.com finally sends us the files back to our house. And you can actually monitor how that's going to work using traceroute. So if we type in traceroute, and on Windows machine, it's actually traceRT. But for now, we'll just go traceroute. And you can request for whatever website you want. So let's go with google.com. I press enter, and yep, look at that. It gave me a whole bunch of hops that it did. So you can see 1 through 9 here. So it did 9 hops. So that means 9 stops to this address at 172.117.1.14. So again, that looks like the IP address. So again, let's always test our experiments here. If I put that in and press enter, we should get google.com. Let's see. Look at that, google.com. So that's a fun little way of you to see where your requests go, and you can monitor. You can see all these IP addresses are different computers that are trying to locate the Google service. So go ahead in the next section. There's a little exercise. You can play around with this and just see where all your requests go all over the world. I think it's very, very cool. We're going to finish up in the next section with some fundamentals and what we can do with this knowledge that we have to actually become really good web developers. So see you in the next section. Bye-bye. Welcome back. Good job, you've made it this far. And you're probably asking yourself, Andre, this has been really good, really informative, but where's the coding? I want to start building some websites. And I know, we'll get there, don't worry. But without even realizing it, you just learned some really, really important fundamental skills and something that will take you very, very far in the career of a web developer, because now you know how to improve website performance without a single line of code. And just so you know, we're going to get a little silly here. We're actually going to make sure that you remember these fundamental skills every time throughout these lessons. There's going to be chunks and very important lessons. And to symbolize how important they are, I'm going to get Jean-Claude Van Damme's help. So again, this is an important lesson. This is an important fundamental web developer concept. So Jean-Claude Van Damme, how important is it? All right, so as you can see, very important concept. And what is it? Well, like I said, without writing a single line of code, you now know how to improve a website's performance. So let's think about this. There's 3 things. We send google.com, we talk to Google servers, and we get these files back. So just looking at this and looking at what you've learned so far, what's one thing that would make sure that this process would be fast? Let's look at the first one. I'm going to give you a second to think. Hopefully you get it. The first one is location of the server. We saw how big the internet backbone is. So if the servers are really, really close to you, let's say you're in the States and the servers are just a couple of kilometers away, that hop is going to be really, really fast versus if it's all the way across the globe. So location of the server is important. And we'll talk about these and how big companies use these to their advantage later on. So that makes sense. Let's look at the next one. So the next one is how many trips. So hopefully, ideally, we just have one trip to the Google servers and Google servers send us all the files that we need back. But as we know, there's new pages, there's searches. So this communication with Google is back and forth. And the less trips we have, the faster that we'll be able to get the files. So how many trips? And then finally, size of files. Again, if this HTML file or CSS file or JavaScript file is massive and it's 100 megabytes, well, that's going to be a lot slower to transfer over the internet than it is if it was just a couple of kilobytes. So there it is. These 3 things are something that you'll take with you, and you'll realize that every time you're building an application, a website, you're going to be thinking about these things. And these are going to help you make sure that you have a performant, fast website. And we're going to take these with us as we go on throughout the course. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye. And welcome back. In this final video, I want to show you what this course is all about, what we're learning in this course, and what we're going to be able to do at the end. You may have heard the term full stack developer, front-end developer, back-end developer. And looking at this diagram, you're starting to recognize that HTML, CSS, JavaScript, you see React in there. We'll get to that. Don't worry about it. But that's what a front-end developer does. The front-end developer is the person who makes sure that when we open up the browser and go to google.com, that we see Google. We see it nice and pretty, laid out beautifully, has a search bar, and essentially anything that a user sees, the front-end developer does. And that is using HTML, CSS, JavaScript, React, and a few other tools. The back-end developer, that's the person that works with the server, makes sure that when a browser speaks to it, it serves up those files, and it uses technology such as Node.js, Express.js, which we're going to get into. And then that server is going to talk also to a database. Again, we haven't really discussed that too much, but don't worry, there's going to be a section on it, and that's going to use PostgreSQL, and we're actually going to be learning that as well. So we want to build you up as a full stack developer to be able to work with all these technologies so that everything revolving around a web application you're able to build. So get excited. You're going to learn all of this. It looks overwhelming, but trust me, just like this, how the internet works section, it's all going to make sense. So I'll see you at the next one. Bye-bye. Hello, and welcome back to another video. We actually have a couple of great videos coming up about the history of the web. And you might be asking again, come on, let's get to coding. But this is really important because we need to understand what problems we had in the past and how we found solutions to those problems and where we are at now. We need to understand what this whole thing of being a web developer means and what problems we're solving and what we did in the past and what we do today. So today we're going to talk about Tim Berners-Lee, the person who invented the World Wide Web in 1989. And I have a picture of him right here. And we're going to talk about him because he's the first web developer. And in order to explain that concept, we need to make a distinction between the internet and the World Wide Web. I have this website that I'll share in the links below. It's really, really good if you kind of want to get a history lesson. But essentially, the internet started off with the ARPANET in 1969, basically a military project, and it was more of a test. It connected a few universities such as Utah, UCLA, and throughout the 70s, the 80s, it kept growing. But there was one problem that they had, and that was essentially for the academics, they needed a way to share documents. And up until the World Wide Web existed, the internet was there, but it was really, really hard for computers to communicate with each other, to share academic papers between each other. Most of the time, each computer had their own way of doing things. You can think of this as languages. So it's kind of like communicating with people from different countries and a language that you don't know. Yeah, sure, you can make it work, but it's very, very difficult. So that was the problem. And Tim Berners-Lee, what he did, and he was working at CERN at the time, he actually created the World Wide Web. And what the World Wide Web is, it's the www that we see whenever we type in google.com over here, is essentially a common language that computers can speak, with the World Wide Web saying, hey, from now on, everybody, if we want to communicate together, if we want to share images, or if you want to share files, let's just have this agreed upon language, agreed upon protocol in order to share these documents together. So that's what it is. The servers, the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, the browsers all work on top of the World Wide Web. So you can think of it as the internet is your phone and the World Wide Web is Instagram that runs on your phone. So it's essentially a decentralized application. Now, how is Tim Berners-Lee the first web developer? He actually created the first browser and the first server. And later on, we're actually going to talk about what he did with the files over here as well. But he created the very, very first server and web browser, but also the first website. And they actually still have a copy of it. This is the very first website ever. And it's from 1991, and this is what it looked like. He created this ability for people to communicate and link to other documents. so that we have this growing knowledge base of the world. In the next lesson, we're going to be talking about the history of these files, what they mean, what problem they solved, and how they came to be. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. And welcome back. In the last section, we talked about the World Wide Web and the internet and what the differences were. And then I promised you that we'll finally talk about some HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So I've been vaguely referencing these files and just told you that they're simple text files for now, but what are they specifically? Well, initially, if you remember, we had Tim Berners-Lee who created the very first website. And this website uses HTML. And HTML, that's the first file over here, is a way for us to just write text on website. And these texts on websites can also have these things called hyperlinks that can link to other parts of the website. So that's what happened in 1991. 1991, we had a way for us to share documents. And this can link to another website, another file, another research paper. But as you can see, it wasn't the prettiest. So in 1995, 1996, two technologies came into being. One was CSS and one is JavaScript. Now, what did they allow you to do? Well, CSS solved the problem of, well, this is nice and all, but it wouldn't be nice if we had some visual aspects. We can toy around with this website and make it look pretty. And then JavaScript said, well, ideally we'll be able to have something like this website where, I can click over here, I can shop now, I can put in my credit card and get these fancy slippers, and I can do all this interactive things with my website. So let's play around with this and try and incorporate from this basic HTML file to add some CSS and JavaScript to this page. The way we're going to do that is we're going to go into View, Developer, and Developer Tools. So you might remember this from our previous lessons. So once you click on that, you'll get this pop up at the bottom of the screen. For some of you, it might be on the right side, but it doesn't matter. You'll get both things. And we've seen this before. And if you look at the top over here, it says HTML. And that's it. HTML is this. It's this file that has this weird syntax that describes how this web page should look in text. So you can see over here, it says the World Wide Web. These are just text. On the right side over here, you'll see something called styles. So styles will actually let you add styles to the website, as the name suggests. And that's what CSS is. If we click on HTML here, and actually let's click on body. Without knowing any CSS or anything, if we define something like color, semicolon, and then let's go blue, it changes the text color to blue. Chrome lets you play around with websites and actually injects some CSS into this HTML. Without knowing any CSS, we can kind of play around, type in a letter, and it will have a drop down. So let's see over here if we can do background color. Let's make it, I'm going to press tab. I'm going to do red. Make the website really, really, well, frankly, pretty ugly. But that's CSS right here. We've just added some CSS to this basic website. Let's turn this red color off because it is not pretty. Okay, so HTML, text and links, CSS, pretty colors. Now, how can we add some JavaScript? So remember, we have 3 files over here. JavaScript came along and said, these are great. We have these beautiful text websites that link to other pages. And we have CSS that can make websites really, really pretty. But would it be nice to have some interactivity, to have drop-down menus to make websites like they are now, interactive? We can actually do this, again, with the developer tools. If you click on console over here, without knowing any bit of JavaScript, for now we're just going to show you a simple JavaScript line. And we're going to type in alert, and let's say, hi there, exclamation marks. And I press enter. And look at that. We just made the very first website ever made interactive with JavaScript. Now, obviously, this doesn't do anything, but hopefully this shows you where we were before in 1991 to where we are now. Websites that are interactive, full of JavaScript, CSS, and of course, HTML. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. And welcome back to the second web developer fundamental. Another very important aspect of being a web developer, and that is the fact that we have multiple web browsers. Now, if you remember, Tim Berners-Lee, the inventor of the World Wide Web, created it because we needed a standard way to share documents amongst each other. And through HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, we're able to read these files and actually have beautiful websites. Now, when we send these files over, each of these browsers read the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript and lay out the web page for us. But as you can see, each one of them is owned by a company and is a different browser. So that means they all have to agree on how they're going to read the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Because if they don't all agree, then, well, we need to create different files specific for each browser because each one of them has a different idea of what HTML, CSS, and JavaScript is. And you know what? When the World Wide Web got started, we had something called the browser wars, where each browser was kind of doing its own thing, implemented different things, and we still have that to this day to some extent. There is a governing body which kind of creates these standards now, but it is still a pain point for developers where we need to figure out that whenever we send our files to the web browser, it all looks the same. And that is one of the biggest problems we have as developers, and you'll see tools later on in this course that try to solve that issue. But you'll always encounter this problem where we want to make sure that wherever your browser gets rendered, anybody can see your website. And not only that, we also have mobile phones now that access the internet. We have iPads. So now, not only do we have to worry about different browsers and whether they agree on what code works in each of these files, we also have to make sure that our websites look good on small screens, on big screens, on all sorts of different screens. And that is a very important concept, something that when you get to become a web developer, you'll encounter this problem where you have to test on each device, each browser to make sure everything works. And we'll use some tools that have developed over the years to solve these problems so that it's not as much as a pain point as it is or as it was. All right, one more lesson to go, and then we're going to get coding. See you on the other side. Bye-bye. And welcome back to the final lesson from the history of the web. I wanted to finish things off with this diagram that we've seen before in previous lessons with a few minor differences. And that is, I wanted to show you how web applications were built in the early 2000s. So they were built with technologies that we've come to familiarize ourselves with. We have HTML, CSS, JavaScript, but we also had jQuery. And jQuery was a library that allowed JavaScript to be written in a simple, clean way that allowed us not to worry too much about working in one browser, then the other. It created this environment for JavaScript to flourish. But it is an outdated technology and there's better ways of doing things. So it is not used very often and you'll see it less and less in job postings. And then on the back end, we have the LAMP stack. And that stands for Linux, Apache, MySQL, and PHP. And in those days, backend developers used PHP to write files that allowed us to have logic on the servers. And then we had Apache. So if you ever use something like HostGator and you had to log into cPanel or any of those very common hosting platforms, most likely they're running Apache server. And what it is, it's a software that really efficiently serves up files. And PHP is a language that It's still being used today, and Facebook actually uses it, but that's because their website was built in the early 2000s. It is now a very unpopular, let's say, language in terms of growth and job opportunities. Then we also had MySQL, which it's still being used, but again, if you're looking to get hired, you want to look for skills that are highly employable, people are looking for them, and there are still very few developers that know it really well. Well, that's what we're learning in this course. In this course, we're going to learn HTML5, CSS3. We're going to learn JavaScript. We're going to learn React, probably the biggest library for JavaScript. And we're going to learn about node servers, Node.js, Express.js. We're going to learn about PostgreSQL and also MongoDB. So we're learning all these things in order for us to build clean, fast, and bug-free web applications so that we can stand on shoulders of giants and create wonderful applications that we're proud of. So get excited. All the theory stuff we're done with. We're going to start coding. We're going to start off with HTML, then get into CSS, and then finally JavaScript and React. And don't worry, we'll get to the back end as well. So I'll see you in the next section. Bye-bye. Hello, and welcome back to a very exciting section. Why is it exciting? Well, we finally get to code, and we're going to start off by learning HTML and then finally building our very first website. In order for us to get started, we need to set up our environment. And we do that by, let's open up Google Chrome, and we're going to search for Sublime Text 3. This is a text editor that a lot of developers use. I myself have used it for years, absolutely love it. In your day-to-day job, you'll use something like this. I highly recommend Sublime Text. If you have a Mac, the version over here. If you have a PC running Windows, you'll have the download link for Windows. So for me, I'm going to download for the Mac. And you can see here it's downloaded, and I can drag it to my applications folder if I want. And we can double click. And if this is your first time downloading Sublime Text, you'll get something like this to give it permission to load. And there you go. We have Sublime Text. Now, what is a text editor? A text editor is a program that allows us to write code. You can see over here on the right-hand side of Sublime Text that it just says plain text. So I can type anything that I want, and there's nothing much different than if you wrote this in Word or a text file. But the power with a text editor, especially with something like Sublime that's geared towards coding, if you click on plain text here, you'll have a whole bunch of options of what type of code you're writing. So in our case, we're doing HTML. So if I click on HTML, nothing changes except for the bottom part over here. But now, if I type something, well, everything looks the same. But if I start typing HTML, it'll actually recognize it and help with syntax. So here now, if I write HTML, look at that. We get a nice little color completion. So for us, for now, we're going to be writing HTML. You can see over here that there's different options. There's, where is it? There's CSS, JavaScript, which we'll learn later. So we're going to be using Sublime Text for this. For now, click on HTML, and let's write our very first web page. In order for us to have a web page, we write HTML, which stands for Hypertext Markup Language. So bear with me here. This is going to be new, but keep in mind that this is exactly what every single HTML page has. These are the set of rules that all HTML files must follow. And it goes like this. We define a doc type, and don't worry, I'll get into what that means in the next video. Then we have HTML, and we close these tags, HTML. The second part, we have a head and a closing head. You can see over here some patterns forming. Don't worry, I'll get back to these tags and explaining what they do in a bit. And then we also have body and then closing tags. And finally, here in the head, we have something called a title tag. Okay, so this over here is the rule that every single HTML file must follow. Just looking at this right now without knowing any HTML, you can get an idea of what everything means. So HTML, we're defining that this is an HTML. We're saying that this is the head of the HTML with the title. And we're saying that this is the body of the HTML. So let's try something here. Let's save this file. And we're going to save it. Let's do desktop. And we're going to call it index.html. You can see that it's already completed the HTML syntax for us. Save. And we have an index.html file here. Let's drag this all the way down to our Google Chrome and open it up. And well, nothing happens. But let's add a bit of text to it. So in the title, I'm going to say my first website, exclamation mark. And then in the body, I'm just going to put hello there. Okay, so if I save this, and just to show you from now on, I'm going to be doing Command S to save, just because it'll be faster. And now, if I refresh this page, I have hello there. And you can see the power over here of what we just did. We have hello there as the text, which is in the body. And then we also have my first website as the title. And you can see over here in the file that we're referencing index.html on my desktop. So we can see here that we have HTML, we have the head, which we haven't really talked about yet, but we see that the title is in the head, kind of like a header. And then we have the body, which by looking at this, we can assume that it's whatever shows up onto the web page. Before we expand on this and make it a little bit, well, prettier, because now it's just simple text, I want to reiterate the fact that what we've just done is very similar to what a server does. If we go back to our mockups here, you remember that when we enter google.com, the servers send us an HTML file back. When we move the index.html file all the way down to Google Chrome, that's what we just did. We mimicked a server and we gave it to the browser to load up the HTML file. And because browsers are built to know what HTML files are, it can read the syntax and say, okay, yeah, this is an HTML. Okay, you want my title to be my first website, and you want my body to say hello there. That's perfect. These are the default HTML rules that you'll see all the time. It is a little bit confusing at first, but this is it. You just have to remember that there is a tag, so an HTML tag, a head tag, a title tag, a body tag. And these tags usually have an opening and a closing. There's some exception to this rule, and we'll get into that a little bit later on in the videos. But just remember this for now. So I want you to try creating your very first website and seeing how it works. And once you're done with that, I want to show you that Sublime Text actually has a nice shortcut, so you don't have to keep writing those tags over and over. So the way you do that is you type in HTML and then press the tab key. And it loads all this up for you. Okay, so now that we've done this, I want you to go off and create your very first website. I know it's very, very simple. You can put whatever you want in the title, and you can put whatever you want in the body. And in the next video, we're going to start expanding on our first website. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. And welcome back. In the previous video, we went over the basic rules that all HTML files must follow. And I kind of glossed over this doc type HTML tag. And I did that on purpose because I want you to develop another developer fundamental concept. And that is the fact that most of the time, as developers, there's so much information out there, there's no way that you can keep all of that in your head. And as developers, we must get really, really good at problem solving. So for the doc type, let's say if I was working and somebody gives me this file and I say, okay, I got this, that's good, but I'm not sure what doc type is. Well, again, we want to get really good at Googling here. And I know it sounds silly, but trust me, as a developer, you're going to be Googling a lot and going to get really, really good at looking for answers and understanding meanings behind code. So if I go into doc type HTML and we Google that, one of the first things we get is the EE3 School. And this is a resource that I highly, highly recommend. It will actually explain what the doc type is and even show you a demo of what it does. You can read into this and get more familiar with it, but the general rule and the concept behind doc type is that doc type says to the browser, hey, just a heads up, this file is going to use HTML5. And we'll get into what HTML5 is, but right now HTML has evolved from back in the day when Tim Berners-Lee invented it to where it is now, and it has developed and evolved so that it has a few more tags, it has a few more features, and this is the way for us to say, hey, browser, we're going to be using HTML5, so please make sure that you load the website properly. And we'll get into what those new tags are and some of the new syntax is. But again, most likely in your day-to-day job, you're going to be writing this at the top because we're writing in HTML5. If that ever changes and something new comes along, we might change this, but doc type, that's what it is. But the key concept here is that I really want you to start Googling. And anytime you see in my videos something that you don't fully understand or you want to dig a little bit deeper, you really want to grow those roots of your foundation so that you really understand how the landscape works. Okay, so I just wanted to get that concept across that as a developer, you really want to understand how things work and what they mean. And you'll come across in your day-to-day many things that it's very easy to just on the surface copy and paste or just look at an example and do it without fully understanding what it does. But the developers that get really, really good salaries, really good jobs, and are considered senior developers are the ones that fully understand all the meaning behind the things that they do. We're going to be taking that throughout the course and making sure that we develop those fundamentals. But anytime, like I said, you have any questions or you don't understand something fully, I do encourage you to Google and get the answers because there's a ton of free resources out there for you to get fully comfortable with a topic. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to expand on our knowledge and introduce you to a few more HTML tags and make this website look a little bit prettier than just hello there. To get started, I'm just going to move the screens around so you can see better. All right, so we have the left and right. And again, just to make sure everything works, if I change anything here to boo, and then I click save, and then I refresh the page, I have everything updating. Perfect. Now, these aren't the only HTML tags that you'll encounter. There's actually a ton of them. And if you go back to the w3schools.com, you'll see over here all the HTML tags that exist. There's a lot of them. We're only going to be going through, I would say maybe 10 or 15 or so, because those are the only ones that, well, technically that I've used in many years of development. There's a few things on here that I've never even heard of, I've never used. You can always look these up and learn them yourself, but I'll say that there's about 10 or 15 tags that are used 99% of the time, and those are the ones that you'll encounter. So we'll go through some of those most popular ones. And HTML doesn't really get any harder than this. This is the syntax. As long as you get used to these little signs and structure, you're pretty much a HTML developer. So the first tag that I want to introduce you to is the H1 tag. So the way that I have it here is actually not right. You want to make sure that everything is surrounded by a tag. So a web browser right now can see boo and just print out boo. But if you want to do it right, you'd want to put something like an H1. And an H1 tag, if I save this and I refresh, we get what we call a header. So that is a header and then 1. What does 1 mean? Well, it actually goes all the way up to 6. So if I change this to 2, and I'm not going to do every single one. Let's just do another one. H6, boo, H6. And if I save this and refresh the page, you can see that there's different sizes in the text. So that's the header tag. And again, if I scroll through the W3 schools and I go to the H, you see over here that there's the header tags explained here. And this website is really, really cool because you can actually click on try it yourself and you can play around with different things. Click run and it changes it for you. So again, this is a really, really good website for you to get familiar with all the tags. But again, we're going to stick to our website for now. Another thing that I want to introduce you to is something called a p tag or a paragraph tag. A paragraph tag lets you have paragraphs. So now if I refresh, well, there's not much different from what we had before, which was no tags and just saving it. Refresh. But you can see the difference when I copy and paste this and have a few paragraphs versus this. Let's see what happens. So I save this. You'll see over here that with Sublime Text, after, I don't know, I want to say about maybe like 20 saves, it'll ask you to make a purchase because technically this is an unregistered one. You can ignore it for now, just click cancel. Again, it's just one annoying thing that will pop up every now and then. I actually have a registered Sublime Text. I just wanted to show you this error so you're not surprised when you see it. Use Sublime Text for as long as you need it for free. When you start getting into the developer role and working full-time with it, I do recommend that you make a purchase. It's a great program and you still get everything through the unregistered. You just have this pop-up that shows up after a few saves. But anyway, from now on, I'm going to be using a registered Sublime account. I just wanted to show you that error. If I refresh the page here, you'll see that I have the paragraphs show up nicely, but these unstructured pieces of text, well, everything's kind of in line and HTML doesn't really know what to do with it, so it puts everything on one line. I also want to show you one other quick trick in Sublime Text. So writing this gibberish is not very exciting and kind of takes a bit of time, and developers are lazy. We want to make sure that everything is done fast and efficient. So if you actually put lorem here and then press tab, you'll get lorem ipsum paragraphs. So let's do that. I'm going to delete that, lorem, tab, and then one more, lorem, tab. Perfect. Let's save that and refresh, and we have nice paragraphs. As you can see, we have some tags and what we call nested tags. So you can see that the body is the parent, and Sublime Text actually lets you close and open these. So you have the body tag, you have the header tags, which are children of the body tag, and then we have p tags. A lot of people get confused in the naming. I've mentioned these as tags, so essentially anything that has this syntax is a tag, but this is called an H1 element. So that's when it's an entire block of functionality with content inside it. So again, tags, and then this is an H1 element. Again, it's just naming, but you'll hear tags and elements kind of used interchangeably, but those are the specific differences. All right, let's get into some of the more exciting things. Let's say, for example, I really want to emphasize lorem ipsum here. Well, I can use another tag, b tag, and then we close it at lorem ipsum. And let's make the screen here a little bit bigger just so you can see. There you go. So we have the b tags over here, and if I click save, I refresh. Oops, no, we don't want to translate this page. We see that this is now bolded. Again, let's make it a little bit bigger. There you go. Now, this syntax is actually not used anymore, or it's not recommended. Obviously, it still works. But there was a problem that HTML was initially used for websites that ran on computers, on PCs, on Macs. And now we have things such as mobile phones and iPads. Although the bolded text, and we actually have another one, which was the italicized I. Although we had this, for most phones, some of them didn't have ability to bold the text and didn't have the ability to italicize. Or some screen readers, which people who are visually impaired use, didn't really understand the meaning behind italicize and bold. So now we use something called strong for bolded. And refresh. And then for italicized, we use EM for emphasis. And there you go. Now, the reason this change was made was a move towards something called semantic HTML, and we'll get into that into a later lesson. But just know that there's some tags that have evolved over the years, and it's part of why HTML5 exists. We'll get into that a little bit more, but just wanted to give you a quick note on that. All right, I think that's enough for now. We're going to get into more tags in the next video. For now, play around, and I'll see you in the next one. And welcome back. In the previous video, we talked about a few of the common tags that HTML uses. We're going to expand on that knowledge and learn a few more. So I'm going to delete these. And I'm going to teach you about something called a ordered list. So an OL tag. And within this tag, we have list items. Banana. And another list item. Do apple. And lastly, let's do orange. So if I save this, again, I refresh, and we have banana, apple, orange. So you can see here, this is how you make lists. And this is an ordered list. So you can see we have 1, 2, 3. If we want to make it without the numbers, we use something called an unordered list. And again, I save that and refresh, and we have these. Now there's also subfields that you can use. So again, this is all about nesting and having parent tags and children tags. So let's say within apples, we wanted to have, let me structure that a little bit cleaner. There you go. Within apples, we also want to emphasize that there is the Fuji apple and there is Honey Crisp. Well, I can't think of a third type of apple, so I'm just going to delete that. If I save this and refresh, well, we have a nested list. There you have it. You have your list items. I'll see you in the next video where we're going to learn about putting images into our website and self-closing tags. See you in the next one. And welcome back. In this video, we're going to be learning about self-closing tags. Up until this point, we've used HTML tags that have the opening and then the closing, which has this slash in it. Now, there are a few elements that don't have this syntax, but they have something called self-closing tags. So let's say here between Fuji and Honey Crisp, I want to have a bit of a line break. I can use something like BR here, break. And if I save this and I refresh, we have a little line break. There's also HR, which is horizontal. So you get a horizontal line, if I refresh, right through here. HR, break, just have one single element self-closing. You might also see something like this, and that is something from the old version of HTML, which uses XHTML. You can read up more about it on your own, but just keep in mind that with HTML5, we're just going to be using this. So obviously on web pages, there's going to be images. So would it be nice if there was a picture of a Fuji apple here? Let's see how we can do it. So with an image tag, and let's think about this critically. If I didn't know what an image tag is and I wanted to add an image to my HTML file, well, if I Google image HTML tag, Again, one of the first websites that pops up is the W3 schools. And I'll show you exactly how an image tag works. If I click try yourself, you can see it in action. You can play around with it. But you can see here that an image tag is a self-closing tag. There's no closing image tag, just one single tag. And if I do image, and we have something called source here. And this is something called an attribute. Some HTML tags can have something called attributes, which add special properties to the specific tag. So an attribute always has a value attached to it. And the image source, that's what SRC stands for, tells us where the image is coming from. So let's find an image of Fuji apple. Let's go images. Oh, I like this one. Let's do view image, and it'll give us the link of where this image is. So I'm just going to copy that, paste it in here. Let's go back to our example here. We can see here that there's a few more attributes that we can add to an image tag. But for now, we can just leave it here. Close the tag. You can see that Sublime text adds the nice highlighting for us. And if I save this, go back to our website, and I click refresh, I get this massive Fuji apple. And obviously that's too big. Ideally, we can make it a little bit smaller. Again, if we go back into the example, you'll see that it has width and height. So we can actually just copy that and add it to the attributes so that we specify the width, and this is in pixels. So I save that, I refresh, and look at that, we have the Fuji apple. It looks very, very pretty. Let's add the picture for Honeycrisp as well. I'm going to do this fast. You should be able to just copy this image. And again, we want to make it the same size as the previous one. So I'm going to leave the width and height the same. And let's find an image of a Honeycrisp apple. So Honeycrisp apple images. Oh, it looks quite similar, doesn't it? And view image. Let's copy the source from here. I'm going to save that, go back to our website, and let's refresh. And look at that. We have our apples. So image tags are very, very useful. You might be asking yourself, what is the alt attribute mean? And this is something that you can actually read up on. So if you scroll down, if you look over here, you can see that alt specifies an alternate text for an image. So again, this is something that can be used by screen readers, and you can define what the image is of. So in here, the alt is smiley face. So that when a screen reader reads it, says, oh, in this part of the website, there is a smiley face. Just to recap, we learned about self-closing tags, which don't require two of them. So an opening and a closing tag, just a single one. So we used BR for line break. We used HR for a horizontal line. And then we have the image tag that also has to have some attributes. So it has a source, which tells us where to grab the image from. It has a width attribute, a height attribute with a value of 42 pixels and 42. All right, I'll see you in the next lesson. Bye-bye. And welcome back. In the previous videos, we talked about some of the most common HTML tags and how the HTML document is read by the browser. However, we've missed one critical feature of HTML. And if we go back to our diagram here that we should remember from the first section, the HTML file gets sent to us, but the power of HTML is in its ability to link to other documents. So if I go back here to our website, it's a simple one-page website, but I can't really click on Fuji or Apple or banana. It doesn't link to anything. There must be an HTML tag that we can use for that, right? Well, yes, there is. It's called an anchor tag. So an anchor tag is very easy, just an A. And this anchor tag has something called an href, which is an attribute, and it's the hypertext reference. So in this href, you'll be able to link to something. So let's close this a tag. It has an opening and a closing tag. And if I save this and refresh the page, well, nothing happens because you need something in the anchor tag. So let's do new page. I save that, I refresh, and we have new page here. Now, if I click this, nothing happens. So you can see that it has the link and the mouse changes images, so it's clickable, but nothing happens. Well, that's because we need to specify where we want the link to go. Now let's think about this. If we want to link to a new page, we don't really have another new page. If you remember, we only have index.html. Wouldn't it be great if there was another file that we can link to? Well, let's create another file. Let's open up Sublime Text actually. I'm going to say File, New File. I'm going to save this as a new page, and we're going to save it to desktop. And see over here how when I went to Sublime Text, it's now a plain text. I need to make sure that this is an HTML file, so I can just do .html, save, and Sublime Text automatically adjusts to the HTML. So again, I can type in that short command, HTML and tab that comes with Sublime Text. And let's do the title, new page, and the body. We can just do a header that says, this is the new page. If I save this, great. We have a new page. And if I go to my desktop here, you see that I have new page and index.html. So how do we link these two together? Well, it's very simple. We open up Sublime again, and within index.html, the href can now say we're linking to new page.html. Let's save that and let's give it a try. Refresh the page, click, and this is a new page. Awesome, but to go back, we have to press the back symbol. So let's link back to the original file. Again, we can do this by p tag, which is for paragraph. I'm going to say go back. Close that tag. But hold on a minute. I need an anchor tag, right? If I just save this and refresh the page, I say go back. But what if you really, really want this to be a paragraph? Or let's say you want this to be an H2, but you also want it to be an anchor tag. Well, that's very simple. You just wrap it in an anchor tag. And just so it's nice and clear, we're going to have the nice spacing here. And again, an anchor tag must have an href, which tells us where to go. And we want to go to index.html. So index.html, save, and refresh. Let's go back. Let's go to the next one and back. So this is the power that comes with HTML, this ability to link to other pages. And yeah, we can have text, we can have lists, we can have images, but the true power is in this linking ability. In the next episode, we're going to expand on this. I'll see you in that one. Bye-bye. And welcome to the student Q&A section. So as students take this course, usually I get a bunch of questions. Some of them are really, really good. Some of them I get often. And we're going to use these Q&A sections for me to make a reply video to answer some of those really, really good questions. And the first one we're going to tackle for this video is index.html. If we go back to our example that we had, you've noticed that I've always used index.html as the first page, and then we created a new page.html. Now you might be asking yourself, why index.html? Why not home.html or apples.html? And you could actually do that, but I can explain this really well by looking at this diagram. Most of the time, there are more than a few HTML files. You saw that with our example, we had our index.html and also newpage.html. But when we make that request to, let's say, google.com, how does the server know which HTML to return first for the homepage? And you could go into the server and configure it and tell it, you know what, I want about.html to be the first page. But by default, most servers just say, I'll return index.html. If I see index.html in the servers, I'll just return that. So this is just a common practice that you'll see in a lot of the projects at a lot of the websites that you'll work with, is that index.html is usually, you can think of it as the homepage, the first HTML file that the server returns. And if anybody in the index.html clicks on a link, then it will return whichever link they return. So that would be, let's say they click on about anchor tag, then they'll get about.html. So that's it. That is your answer to your question. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. And we got another Q&A video for you. And this one is going to be talking about something that you may have seen yourself while following along these videos. And that is the fact that this file over here is different than, let's say, if you go to a website and you see HTTPS. What does that mean? If you go into our example, you also saw here that we have an anchor tag that references newpage.html. It has nothing like file or HTTP in front of it. And then you also saw that the images here are referencing some sort of a website that links to a picture. So what's the difference here? The difference here is that the first is using the file protocol. And that means that this web page, I can't really access it outside of my computer. This is using something called a relative path. If I go into my index.html, I am saying to link to newpage.html relative to where index.html is. So if we go to our desktop, you see that index.html lives in the same directory, which is the desktop, as newpage. So I can reference it through here. If I created a new folder, let's say test, I would have to reference it this way. So let's check here. If I save this and go into the web page, refresh and click new page, I'll get your file was not found. But now if I go into my desktop and create test and I put the new page in here, and let's bring back everything, refresh and click on new page, this is now working. And you can see over here that I'm accessing it through desktop test newpage.html. So that's called a relative path. So relative to where index.html page is, I am saying index.html, I want you to access from test new page HTML. If you look at the images, you'll see that we have something different. We're accessing the image through HTTP, which we'll get into later videos when we talk about servers, but this is how we access files over the internet. If I wanted this anchor tag, this new page, to actually link to something, maybe another website, maybe to this hilarious GIF, well, I can copy this link, open up my Sublime Text, and now I can just copy this with the HTTPS protocol. And now this is an absolute link. No matter where I reference this, if I put it into newpage.html or index.html, no matter what, this link will get me to this GIF. So let's test that out. I save this, I refresh, and I click on new page, and look at that. We have the GIF. All right. Hopefully that answers your question. We'll get into HTTP and HTTPS later on in the course. But for now, keep that in mind that there is absolute path and then there is relative path. I'm going to fix that so we have it back for the next video. I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye. And welcome back. We're going to get into some more advanced tags, and probably the most important tag that you'll use, other than the ones that we've covered so far, are tags that we need to create forms. As you know, when you go to websites, usually there's some sort of a login or registration form. So we're going to build that out today. To get started, let's just create a new file here. We'll save it and call it register.html on our desktop. Perfect. And we know that we want an HTML, so we use our little shortcut and we'll title it register. Save that. And now in the index.html file, let's add another link that references register.html, and it'll just say here register. All right, we'll save both of these files and let's refresh. We have register. Click register. Well, we have nothing yet, but it looks like it's working. Let's add this on a new line just because it looks prettier that way. So to do that, if you remember, we're going to add a break tag. So let's refresh. There you go. We have new page and register. Okay, so let's build out this form. If we go into register.html, the way we write forms in HTML, well, conveniently, there's a form tag. Okay, but this form tag itself, it needs to have the actual form inside of it. So what kind of form elements do we have? Well, again, if we remember our good old friend W3C, let's type in forms. And we can see over here that we have HTML forms. And refresh, we'll make that full screen, and you can see over here that there's a ton of information on it, but you can look that up yourself. For now, I'm going to introduce you to the most common ones, probably the ones that you'll use 90% of the time. The first one, as we do with any form, and let's go to that page for now, is, well, we want to enter our name. So how do we do that? We have a input tag that has a type of text because, well, our name will be in text form. And we can close that off, and it's actually a self-closing tag. So now, if I save and refresh, okay, we have a little box here. Hopefully you can see that, but well, we should probably title it because we won't know what to enter that way. So we're going to put in here, we're going to say first name, semicolon, and save. Let's refresh. We have first name. And now, let's make this a little bit bigger. There you go. Now you can enter your name in here. Awesome. Let's add another one for last name. And again, we'll have our input type. So that's an attribute and a value of text. And if we refresh, we have last name. Okay, but it kind of looks ugly. Remember that HTML just reads line by line and doesn't really know that we want a space here. So again, we can add a break tag here and refresh, and we have first name and last name. Okay, that's fairly self-explanatory. Now, what else do we have in a form? We have email. So let's add another field, which is email. And we'll do input, again, type equals text. We'll add another break here because we're going to need that spacing. And let's save, refresh. Awesome. Okay, so we have our general registration form. And obviously with any form, we need some sort of buttons, right? Like we need to submit this somewhere so we can register. Well, again, there's a nice input type for that. So we do input. Instead of a text type, there is a submit type. So this, if we add another break in here, and I save this, I refresh, it has a submit button now. Now, where did this submit come from? Well, When you put in input type submit, it automatically creates a button. And if you don't specify what to say, it'll just have this text. But we can change that. So we can put value and we'll put register. Save that, refresh. We now have a register button. Okay, but what if we make mistakes in this field? We write stuff and we want to reset this form. Again, there's another input for that. And the type of that input, as you can imagine, is reset. So now if we close this, add another break in here. Actually, we can keep that on the same line. We'll save, refresh, and we have reset. So now if I type in anything in here, and let's say I don't like this, I need to reset the form, I can just click reset and it clears everything for us. Okay, you may be asking yourself, what happens when we click register? Before we get into that, I want to just go through the common input types and then we'll click register to see what happens. With the email, we ideally want, first of all, for it to be required so that when you click register, if you haven't provided an email, it won't let you register. And there's an attribute that we can use for that, and that is required. And here, we don't actually have to specify a value because automatically it's assumed that required equals to true, which means that this form field is required. So if I save that, I refresh, and I leave it blank and I click register, we'll say, please fill out this field. Now, we also want to make sure that it's an appropriate email field. So if I type something like this, we still want to make sure that, this is an incorrect email. We don't want to register. So the input type of text that I told you for email is actually wrong. There's a specific one that we can use, which is, as you can imagine, email. So now, if I refresh and type in something that's not an email, and I click register, I'll say, please include an @ in the email address. Very nice. It's kind of like magic. It does this for you, which is very, very nice. Let's expand on our knowledge of inputs and add a few more fields that we'll most likely need. We usually want to know somebody's birthday. So let's add birthday here. And for this input type, let's do type date. So if I save this and I refresh, look at that. We have a nice little date picker. So I can pick anything in here. All right, what else do we need? We also need gender. So we'll do input type. And for gender, well, there's no specific input type for gender, but there is something called radio. And radio is, as the name suggests, radio buttons. So now I click refresh and, well, I have one radio button, but we ideally want to have options, right? So how do we do that? So for the radio, we also need to say whether it's male or female. Let's have, within the gender, we're going to have a break over here in the line. And we'll say input type radio, and we'll say male. And we also want female, and we also want other. And when we refresh this, we have male, female, and other. But you see a problem here. I just click the radio buttons and I can't deselect them. And ideally, you should only be able to select one. And right now, the way the radio buttons are, they don't know of each other's existence. We want to make sure that they know that they're connected. They're family and only one of them can be picked. So how do we do that? The way we do that is through the name attribute. So for the name, we'll say gender. And this name attribute needs to match on all the radio buttons so that they know they are together. They're part of the gender input field. So if I save here and refresh, now you can see that I can only select one. All right, perfect. What else should we have? Well, let's say I really want to know if you have pets. So with pets, we're going to have input type. Well, you can have multiple pets, so it won't be radio buttons. We want checkbox. So checkbox, we want it to have cats, or let's just put cat. And we want to have can't type today. Checkbox. And we want to have dogs. So let's save that. Let's refresh. And look at that. We have pets, but this time it's checkboxes, which means I can select multiple. I want to introduce you to one last form element, and it's actually not an input with a type. As we've described before, it's a little bit different, but the idea is still the same. So let's add cars here, and we want this to be a drop-down menu. Again, something that we see very often in form fields. However, unlike an input tag, we have to do a select tag, closing select tag as well. And within here, we can put in our options. So the option will be, we'll have a value of Volvo, and we'll say Volvo because we want that actually printed to the screen. And again, we have to close that tag. We'll add Audi, and we'll close that tag as well. And we can keep adding them, but for now, just 2 is fine. If I save this and I refresh, we have cars. Let's add a break here, just so it looks nicer. There you go. And here, now we have a drop-down menu. Let's say you want to extend this, or you want to see what kind of properties you can put with select. The way you go about it, as you know, we've done this before. We type in HTML select tag. And actually, Google gives you a nice little info page over here with attributes. So you can see over here, we can use multiple, which specifies that multiple options can be selected at once. So let's do that. Let's minimize this. Perfect. And within select, we'll put multiple. We refresh, and we can actually select multiple elements. But that doesn't look that pretty, so I'm going to take that out and refresh. I actually realized that we forgot one important input type, so I'm going to throw it in there as a bonus. And as you know, with any registration form, we want a password. So let's add that right after the email. We'll do input type, and yes, there's a password type that we can add. And this password type will have another attribute that's kind of cool, and that is min, which is the minimum characters that a password needs. Okay, so let's save that, refresh, and let's add a break here so it looks pretty. Refresh. And now the password field, look at that. It acts like a password field. All right, let's submit this form and see what happens. Okay, Andre, can we finally submit this form? All right, and in this video, we'll finally see what happens when we submit this form. But there is one last thing that we need to include, and that is the name attributes. And I'll explain towards the end of this video why we need those. So we want to add in each one of our fields a name attribute. So this one will be first name, and I'm just going to copy and paste here just so it'll be a little bit faster. We have last name, email, password, birthday. We already have these for the radio buttons, which is good. And we need here cat, dog, Volvo, Volvo. Okay, and we don't need it for the buttons because, well, there's no user information there. So I'm going to save that, and I'm going to make this full screen so you can see. I'm going to refresh the page, and let's enter some fake data and see what happens. So I'm going to say fake, man, email address is fake, password would be 123, birthday will be male with a cat and has an Audi. I'm going to click register now, but keep an eye out up over here to see what happens when I click. Did you catch that? Let's copy this because when I clicked register, this got attached. I'm going to minimize this and print this out here so we can see it for ourselves. First, we have a question mark, then first name, fake. That's exactly what we entered. We have last name, man. Email is fake something something gmail.com. Password 123. Oh, they know our password. Birthday, gender, and cat on. We didn't select Volvo. Not sure why. I'll take a look at that later. But you can see over here that the values that we entered into our form were just attached to this link. And this is actually called query strings. And what it is, it's one way for us to send our information to the backend or the servers, because we have to store this form information somewhere so that when we come back onto this page, the website remembers us. This was automatically generated in HTML5 with a form, but form was using an attribute called get. And this get, if I left it as this, will do the exact same thing. It will attach the form information to the URL and send it to the server. There is another option where you can do post, and you can try it on your own here, but you wouldn't see any query parameters. So this wouldn't change, the bar at the top won't change. And that is because it will be attached to the body of the request, which we'll get into when we get to that section. I don't want to confuse you too much, but you can see the difference here of why we might want to use post instead of get, because, well, what if somebody was over my shoulder and they could see my password right there in the bar? I just wanted you to get comfortable with the idea that we are sending this information to the backend. The way we handle that, we'll get into later on in the course. Right now, we're just focusing on the front end. The last thing I want to show you was that form also has a action attribute, which used to get used a lot. If you saw old PHP-based websites, they'll have some sort of a action.php, which said, submit this form, and when you submit this form to the backend, to the server, run this script, this file that's on the server. But there are better ways of doing this now, so I'll show that later on in the course. Let's take a look at this. So we have a question mark, and this is the standard. Anytime there's a query string, so we're adding a piece of data to our URL, it starts off with the question mark, which states, hey, coming up, we're going to have a bunch of data for you. The first one is first name, which again corresponds with the name that we have in our form. And that was equal to fake. So that's property and value. So you can think of name as property and the value as man. So last name, first name. You can see here that there's an and sign. So that's again saying first name equals to fake and last name equals to man and email equals to fake, some gibberish, gmail.com. This is because of something called URL encoding. And because the URL has special meaning for some characters, such as this and the question mark, it encodes the @ sign with something that it understands, but it won't affect its encoding. We have password 123, birthday, gender on, and cat on. And I've actually realized why the Volvo and Audi information didn't register. And that is because for the query string to work, as you can see, it needs to have a name associated with a value. So we have first name and fake. If we look at the radio buttons, we have a name, which is gender, and we have on. So you see over here how we didn't send any value. We know that the gender, some button was clicked in the gender, so it's on, but we don't know which value. And that is because we should have included a value for the male, so that if that's the one that's selected, a value will be sent. And finally, value. And now same with the select. We should have had our name of the select field be cars, so that now the name can be associated with the value. So let's give that a try one more time. I'm going to delete this. I'm going to save the changes that we just made. I'm going to make this full screen. Let's refresh and enter some new information. Fake, new, email is newfake@gmail.com. Password is 1234 this time. Birthday, let's do female, dog, and Audi. I'm going to click register. And let's see what we have here. We have first name fake, last name is new, email newfake@gmail.com, password 1234, birthday, gender is female, good, dog is on, okay, so we've selected dog, that's great, and then cars is Audi. There you go. And that's as complicated as forms are going to get. You'll encounter this a lot, and there's definitely in most websites that you build, whether it's a landing page, a website that requires registration, this is something that you'll see a lot. Once you understand this, once it makes sense, you can call yourself an HTML developer. So I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hello and welcome back. I'm excited to show you a few more tags before we get into some fun things that we can do with HTML now, and we can finish up the course. You may be wondering, hey, what if maybe I'm working with a team and we're all working on the same HTML file, and I want to maybe have a comment in there to let them know that maybe here use get, not post. Let's capitalize that. If we just do this the way it is, it's going to show up on the website. We just want it as a comment so that people who look at the code can see it without affecting the website. Well, HTML has a way to comment, and the way you do that is like this. Greater than sign, exclamation mark, dash dash. And then same on the other side without the exclamation mark. Now, that's kind of tedious to write. In Sublime Text, you can do that by holding Command/. So Command/, and you can do it that way. And if you have a Windows-based laptop or computer, that is the Windows key and slash. So that's how we write comments. And if I save this and refresh, nothing shows up. Perfect. And then the last two tags that I'm going to show you are the div tags for division and the span tags. These tags are, how can I say this, useless right now. And it's because they're used to divide content. So div, you're going to see in a lot of web pages, are used like this to, let's say, wrap the form. So by doing this, let's see if it does anything. Nope, everything looks the exact same. But this is very powerful when we get into CSS, because what this allows us to do is to divide up our content. Imagine if we had a registration form here, maybe another piece of content, maybe an image up here. Div allows us to add styles and divide up the content into each different section so that each section of our website can have its own little box. So you're going to see this a lot in the CSS section, but for now, just keep that in mind so there's no surprises. Span is the same thing, except span is an inline element. So an inline element is different from a block element because with span, we can just add it to a specific line. So we can do span and span. And again, this won't do anything. If I refresh, nothing happens. But now, in line, we can add some styles only to the first name, and we can emphasize it. So these are just tags that we can use as tools when we want to have a container, an invisible container around a piece of element in our HTML that perhaps we want to add some style to or have some specific functionality to. So again, we're not going to worry about adding these to our current website, but I wanted to show you that those do exist, and we're going to encounter those in the CSS chapter. That's it for now. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye. Wow, good job for still hanging in there. It only gets more and more exciting from here. We're just scratching the surface with the power that comes with being a web developer. But I want to quickly talk about HTML versus HTML5. I've mentioned this topic a few times, but just kind of brushed it off and told you, yeah, this is HTML, yeah, this is HTML5. But I wanted to just take a break and quickly go over the basic concept of what HTML5 is. If you remember in our diagram, HTML, when it first got started in 1989 to 1991, it wasn't as elaborate. It didn't have as many features as it has now. We want to make sure that all these browsers play nicely and understand our HTML rules. So if you remember, our friend Tim, our first web developer, the guy who created the World Wide Web, has a governing body that establishes what HTML should look like so that these individual browsers can know how to code their browsers so that it reads HTML properly. And obviously the web that we had in the 90s is very different than the one that we have now. So there's a lot of new things that we need to update. And some of those things are phones. And we have tablets. And just overall, we need more power from HTML. So HTML5 was the evolution. And there were many, many evolutions of HTML. HTML5 is the latest one, where we try to add on features so that we can improve the user experience. Now, what are some of those features? Let's take a quick look at our good old friend W3 Schools. One of the things that HTML5 wants to do is we want to make sure that it doesn't affect any old website. If you remember our very first website from Tim, maybe in 1991, well, that still works to this day. We visited it in the previous videos. You can still visit websites from the 90s because we want to make sure that everything is backwards compatible. That's a fancy way of saying older versions are not obsolete. But we also want to tack on these features. And you can read on the website all the information of HTML5 and what it does and some of the things that it supports. And it does get a little technical and we don't need to get into it too much. But the one thing that I want to emphasize that it introduced this idea of semantic elements. And what that means is they wanted to make websites more descriptive. Search engines such as Google go on websites and they use these things called crawlers to look through your website, these machines that are reading your HTML to understand what your website is, what the topic about it is, so that they could rank it in search engines. And HTML5 semantic elements tries to add a little bit more meaning for these robots so that when they encounter something, it makes a little bit more sense. So this is an example of some of these new tags that HTML5 introduced. And let's show you a few of them. So for example, if we wanted to comment this out, we know how to do that already. And a semantic element would maybe look like header where we have the title H1, which is register. And we close the header so that now the crawler knows that this is our header. And maybe we have some navigation links. So now we can have A tags with our href, and we'll just say that it links to Google. And then we close the nav. We only have one navigation link for now, but I just want to demonstrate quickly. And finally, we have a footer. So within the footer, we can add something like website made with love. And you can see over here that this, even to a machine, if it understands what header means and nav means and footer means, gives a lot more meaning to the web page, and it'll have a better idea of how the website is structured and where it should rank in their Google search results. You can take your time and read through some of these tags, and I do recommend that you visit this website and go through some of the HTML intro. You'll even see that if we click on input types, so something that we visited already, and we scroll to some of the attributes, you'll see that there's some new HTML5. They have these little icon over here that have been introduced. So we're constantly expanding to make HTML better and better functionality. You can see here min, for example, we use that for password, if you remember, specifies the minimum value for an input field. So if I set a min over here, then it makes sure that I enter the minimum amount of value. But again, you can take a look at it yourself. The issue with semantic web is that it's still fairly new. So you won't see as much of this. You will on some websites, but it's very hard to prove that it actually has good SEO performance because it's still fairly early. But just so you don't get surprised and you're aware of what's happening, it is something that you might encounter. But overall, HTML5 tries to improve the performance of the web because we're constantly evolving. And just like websites need to go from simple HTML text-based websites to massive websites like Twitter that you can post and talk to millions of people around the world, where we need our web technologies to evolve with us. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Good afternoon to you, not just Andre. This is a fun little video. I like to throw some of these every once in a while because I know it can get very exhausting when you have a lot of information thrown at you. So I want us to copy a website really, really fast. Let's look at how we can do that. One of my favorite websites is Wait But Why. Ooh, all caps. I don't know why I did that, but it should still work. If you haven't checked out this website, I highly recommend it. Some great articles on here. But let's say I look at this website and I'm like, this is really, really cool. I wish I could play around with it. Well, before I showed you View, Developer, and Developer Tools, and we had a nice little pop-up at the bottom of the screen. This time I want to show you View Source. When you click on that, oh boy, you get a whole bunch of stuff. But if you look at the top over here, you see that it's doctype HTML. It's just simple HTML. And this might look really, really overwhelming. Don't worry, this will make sense to you at the end. But you can see over here that they're commenting this out. There's the HTML tag. And if you scroll down, there's a whole lot of stuff. But simply by copying all this, so I can just select all and copy this. And if I open up Sublime, there you go. And let's just open up a new file over here and paste this. Ooh, that's a lot of stuff. I'm going to save. Let's save as, and we'll call it Wait But Why HTML. All right, save it. And now if I go to my desktop and I have Wait But Why HTML, if I drag it into my Google Chrome, look at that. I have weight by Y all to myself. And I can play around with it and break it and do whatever I want. I can even see what they use to create these little post thingadingies, but a really, really fun way to play around with websites. Hope that was interesting. See you at the next one. Bye-bye. Phew, can you believe you've made it this far? I mean, at the beginning of this, you probably had no idea what any of this means, and now look at you. You know what every single line means. And you know what? This is pretty much it for HTML. It's not very hard. You just have to remember a few tags, and it's very easy to test around and play. So call yourself an HTML developer. I have a fun little game for you. As you can see over here, we've created a simple web page where I can link to another page, I can go back, I can even click on register and submit a form. I want you to try your hand at building your own little website here. And once you're done, I'll provide the link to my email in the description below. Send me your first website, and I'll showcase some of my favorite ones in an upcoming video. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. It's time to flaunt your inner designer because we're about to learn some CSS. To start off, I want to show you this website. If you look at it, well, it's quite pretty. Look at that. That's really nice. Now, hopefully, in the future, we can create something like this, but I want to show you what this website will look like without CSS. Here it is. Pretty impressive, right? With just CSS, you'll be able to create something like this. So let's get started, shall we? I've created here for us a simple website. Nothing that we haven't seen before. You can see that I have created semantic tags with header, nav, an unordered list that has some links, a P2 and a P tag that's wrapped in another semantic tag called section. Okay, so again, nothing crazy. If I go to the About page, it's the exact same thing except for the About LI doesn't have an anchor tag. And then same with login. Okay, so let's talk about CSS. The way that we would add CSS to something like this is, well, we create a CSS file. So let's do that. I'm going to create a new file that I'm going to save. Let's call it style.css. If I save that, you'll see at the bottom over here that Sublime Text now has CSS as the file type. The rules with CSS are very simple. We essentially have a selector, and then we have these squiggly brackets, and within it, we put our property, semicolon, and then value. And then we have this special character as well at the end. And that is pretty much CSS. You know this, you can write CSS. Just like HTML, just a couple of syntactic rules, and once you get used to it, it's very, very simple. But obviously, this doesn't really mean anything, so let's write actual code here. I'm going to comment that out by, again, doing // in Sublime Text. You can see that the commenting is different than in HTML. And let's say that we want to make this home text red. The way we would do it is we want to select what's called the selector. So here we want to say that the H2, we want that to be red. So all I would say is H2, curly brackets, and then within here I want to say the property. I want to change the color to the value that is red. So if I save that and refresh, well, nothing happens, and that's obvious, right? Because how does this file know that this file exists? We have to link it somehow. And we do that in the head. And we haven't talked too much about the head tag element in the HTML section, but by now you can probably tell that head just contains information about what the page needs. Maybe not the stuff that we see on a web page other than the title, but meta tags and information that we need for the website. Okay, so in here, we can actually link to this style sheet that we call style.css with a link tag. And this link tag allows us to link this HTML file to something else. And again, Sublime Text has something very useful here. If I hit tab, look at that. It autofills it for me. These are the standard attributes that you'll see to link to CSS. So you just have to get used to it and eventually it'll become second nature. So we have REL here, which is the added attribute for relation. It just specifies what relationship this link will have. And we have the default style sheet. And then for the type, this is the media type. We want to say that it's a text CSS file. We're essentially telling HTML, hey, just a heads up, we're linking to a CSS file here. And in the href, this should be familiar. We're going to link to style.css. So if I type in style.css and save, let's refresh, turns red. And just to let you know that index.html is in the same folder as style.css. We can check it over here. If I click on exercise, you see that, yep, I have style.css with index.html. Perfect. Okay, now what if we also want to make the paragraph over here the separate color as well? Well, again, we would do the selector and then we'll do color and let's do pink. I save, refresh, and it's pink. Hopefully you can see that. You also see here that Sublime Text does some really nice coloring for us. So if I, for example, I put a property that doesn't exist, like a misspelled color, well, you see that it doesn't highlight it properly with the blue color, and you know that you've made a mistake. Again, another great feature of Sublime Text. So CSS, what does it actually stand for? Well, it stands for Cascading Style Sheets. And style sheets, that makes sense that, you know, we're creating style sheets, but what does cascading mean? Well, cascading means that it always takes the selector that is at the end. And that's simplified terms, but I want to demonstrate for you what that means. So let's say at the bottom over here, I do this again. Paragraph, I want color to be green. Well, if I save this, what do you think will happen? Let's refresh and see. It turns green. And why is that? Well, because it's cascading. It's saying, okay, I'll set H2 to red. Okay, I'll set paragraph to pink. And then it says, okay, I'll set P to green. So you can see here as it trickles down and cascades, it takes the last input that it receives for a specific selector. We'll get more into the cascading effects of CSS in a later video, but I want you to understand the basic concept around it. Okay, I also wanted to show you something cool that you can do with Chrome. And we did this in the first couple of video series, but now you'll actually understand what it means. So again, View, Developer Tools. And from now on, I'll be using this shortcut to open it, and you'll be able to do it as well. And if you remember, we have our Style tab. And if we click on the Style tab, we have the HTML on the left, styles over here, and nothing for the styles. But if I now go into my home and I click on that, it'll show you color red. So Google Chrome allows us to see our CSS styles. So I can even add stuff here and I could say background color, and let's do black. Look at that. So this is a really good way to play with your website and add colors. You can check and uncheck here. And also if you see something on a website that you really, really like, you can go to that element. Let's try it off here. Let's go to waitbutwhy.com. And let's say that we really, really want to know how this was made. We can right click, do inspect. It'll take us exactly to that element. And then we can see here some of the properties, the CSS properties that they've used. And same here, you can see that the background color is this, and so on and so forth. Okay, let's close that for now. The last thing I want to leave you with is, what if, let's close this. What if I also want the About page to have styles? And same with the Login page. As you can see, there's no style for these ones, but we want the same thing for the About and Login page. Well, as you can imagine, we copy the link tag and we go to About, we link it onto here, and then Login, we can again link it here. I save both of these files, and now if I refresh and go to About, look at that, we have our styles. And you may be wondering, well, what if I want different styles maybe for the login? I want this to be blue instead. Well, we can actually create multiple style sheets. So I can say, for example, let's create a new file and we'll call it style2.css. I save that. And this time I'm going to say that I want my h2 to have color blue. I save that. I go into my login HTML, and now I'll make login reference the second style sheet instead of the first one. So now if I refresh, login is referencing our style2 CSS, but all the other ones are still referencing the old one. Okay, I lied. There is one last thing that I want to add, and that is that this is the common way of adding styles. But there's actually two other ways that you won't see as often, especially when you're starting off, but I wanted to show it to you so that you're not surprised. The first way of doing it is something called inline styles. And this was the original way that we incorporated styles into our HTML. And that is by specifying within the element, let's go with header over here. We want to say style, so it has a style attribute. And then within here, we can do background color. Let's do green. And refresh, and we're at the About page right now. We changed that for index.html, so let's go over here. And look at that. We have the green background. And if you want to add more, again, we do color red. Let's save and refresh. And look at that. The header has the color red. And you'll see here that these ones are still purple, well, because they are link tags and they have the default linking. Okay, so that's one way. And the third and last way is in the head, you can actually create style tags. And then within these style tags, you can enter CSS. So if you just refresh here, so we have a fresh, clean slate, I can now say all the p tags, or let's do li this time. So all the lists, I want the lists to have background color of purple. So if I now save this and refresh, everything is purple, and that looks pretty yucky. We can keep adding stuff on here, and I can say color white, save, refresh, and it changed the color to white. Now you may be wondering, why don't we just do it like this? This seems a lot simpler than linking to another CSS file. Well, the reason is that for this website, everything is fairly small. It's just a couple lines of CSS, but you can imagine with websites, as they get bigger and bigger, you'll have hundreds and hundreds of lines of CSS, and having one massive file will be very, very challenging to maintain. You can also think of it as if you were working on an HTML and you also had a team of designers that were working on a CSS file. You want to have a separation where you have some team members working on the CSS and then some team members working on the HTML. And that is a concept called separation of concerns. It's a fancy way of saying that everybody just worry about what they're good at. So HTML, just worry about text, and CSS, just worry about styles. This phrase, separation of concerns, is something that we'll encounter throughout later videos when we get into JavaScript and React. And it's a very, very important concept in web development and computer science in general. So we will get back to that, but you know that it'll be a phrase that will keep coming up. So for now, let's delete this. Let's keep things the way that we have it. Let's refresh. And in the next video, I'm going to show you a couple of CSS properties that are more exciting than just color and background. I'll see you in that one. Bye-bye. And welcome back. Let's make this website a little bit prettier than it is now. And I'm going to introduce you to some CSS properties. Properties are, as the name suggests, properties that we want to change within a web page. And you might be asking yourself, how many properties are there? And as we did with the HTML section, I have a recommended resource for you, and that is CSS Tricks. This website, anytime you Google any questions about CSS, most likely some of the top 10 answers are going to include something from this website. So I highly, highly recommend it, especially if you go to the menu and Almanac. Because within this almanac, we have all the CSS properties listed on here. So anytime you have a question and you want to say, what is justified content? Well, you can click on it and it will actually give you examples. You can play around with it and learn about the specific property. Just like with the HTML tags, although there are way more properties, you don't need to know all of them and memorize them because that's not realistic. That's not the best use of your time. We're going to focus on the ones that you'll encounter most often. And anytime you see new ones pop up while you're working, you can always look them up and learn about them because they're very, very simple to read into. So let's try a few of these. I'm going to start off with our style.css over here. And let's change a few things. We want to have our home be in the center. Let's start off with text align. And if I type in center and I save, my text is now centered. Okay, we also want to add a border to this image. Border, and this is a little bit unique. You can do something like this. You can do 5 pixels, which is the size of the border, what style of border you want. So you can do dashed, and then the color of the border will do purple. So I save, refresh, and we have a border. You can also do solid, and if it's solid, it's a solid border. Okay, what else can we do? It'll be nice to have an image, maybe an entire image for the website. So how do we do that? Well, the tag that we would want to apply it to is probably body. So if I go into body, and you might notice something here. As I'm creating these selectors, I'm going from top to bottom. The body, which is the parent of almost everything, is at the top. And as we get more and more specific, we trickle down to smaller elements. Again, we'll get into that in a later video, but just keep that in mind. Okay, so for body, it would be awesome to have a cool image on our website. So we can do background. And you can see that Sublime Text actually autofills or has some suggestions for us. And we can look through this and pick the one that we want, but based on the name, looks like we want background image. With background image, we want to specify a URL. In our case, I actually have on my desktop saved a nice little picture. And let's title it something simple like background image. And I got this from a website called Unsplash. If you haven't checked it out, they have a ton of high quality free images that you can use. So again, here we are referencing our, let's put this actually in here. So it's in our project folder. And then within our project folder, we can say that it is background image.jpg. So I save this, I refresh. And look at that. We have this image, but you can see that it's a big image and it doesn't fit the screen. So how can we do that? We can do background size cover. So if we do that and refresh, look at that. We have a beautiful background on our website. Okay, and let's say we want to remove these little dots next to our links. We can do that by going into, well, we want to change our LI elements. So we go into style and we can put in here LI, and we'll do something called list style, and we'll go none and refresh. And look at that. those little pesky dots are gone. Whenever I select about, I want the cursor to not be this. I want to change the cursor to maybe have this little hand gesture. I like to call them Mickey Mouse hands. Okay, so we go into our H2 and we can do something called cursor. And let's say you don't really know what properties cursor has, or you don't even know the property. You can go into CSS tricks and again go to C, look at cursor, and you can kind of guess by the name what it does. And it tells you all the information you need to know, but you can see over here that they even have a demo of what you can do with cursors. So we want the pointer, so we can just put pointer here, save. Let's go back to our website, refresh, and look at that. We now have a pointer when we hover over about. Okay, and maybe the last change we want to do is that we want to make sure that our home, about, and login are on one line. This is a little awkward when they're stacked on top of each other. And we can do that by selecting, let's look over here. We want to select our LIs, and we can use something called display. And display has a few properties that you can use. One is block. And by default, this is actually already a block. But there is also something called inline block. And if I save this and I refresh, look at that. We have everything in line. Now, we want to change a few things here. We want to make sure that our colors are better than just purple and green and pink. And what if we want some specific color and we have a certain design that we want for our website? Well, colors are very, very interesting in CSS because there's a few ways that you can do them. And I want to show you one of my favorite websites for picking colors. What this website does, it actually gives you the colors that you can use along with a nice addition of what it will complement that color. So you can play around with this and change a bunch of criterias. You can click over here and see what color combinations work. But let's say we wanted to use something like this. And if you hover over and click, you'll see over here that I get a couple of numbers that we can use. So the first one is a hex number. So hex number has a hash and then the number associated with it. So I just copied it from the website. You see the numbers a little bit different. Essentially, they can use anything from 0 to 9 and then all the way to F, so A to F. And this represents a specific color. So if I copy this and let's make our color, let's make it the color of our header. If we go back to our CSS and save this and refresh, you'll see that our color changes. Okay, we also want the border, again, to complement the color. Let's do this border color. We also have something called RGB. And RGB, again, you see over here that there's a hex color and an RGB color. These are both the same color, so you can pick whichever one you want. In the case of an RGB color, you can do something like this. Let's say we want for our border to have RGB color of these values. So that is the value of red, green, and blue. So that's what RGB stands for, and we just wrap it like so. So now if I save this and refresh, look at that. I have a nice little outline. Just to show you of what exactly I mean by red, green, and blue, if I set all of these to 0, so that means that red is in full force and green and blue are non-existent. If I save and refresh, that is red. If I change this to green, then that's in green effect. And you can imagine here that if I change the blue to 255 and everything else is 0, this will be blue. There you go. So let's go back here to what we had before because I like the other colors way better. So let's refresh. Perfect. Now RGB lets you do one other cool thing, and that is called RGBA, and that stands for alpha. You can actually set the opacity. So with the fourth number, you can actually do something between 0 and 1, and 1 being, well, opaque and you can still see everything, to 0 where it's completely transparent. So let's do 0.5 here, and you can see that there's a bit of a fade now in our color. Perfect. So using a tool like this, you can really pick what colors you want your website to have and choose the one that complement each other well. I use this website a lot when creating new websites and thinking of color templates to use. It's a really, really good resource. And you can use hex and RGB, whichever one you want. Just it's good to have some consistency. If you want to add some opacity, so the alpha, this last number, then definitely use RGBA. Okay, so going back here, our website is starting to look somewhat okay. But in the next section, I want to talk a little bit about selectors and more things that we can do with them. I'll see you in that one. Bye-bye. And welcome back. In this video, we're going to talk all about selectors. Let's go back to our homepage here. We can look at our styles. So far, we've only been selecting elements. But most likely we need something more than this. So let's go back to our example and look at what sort of selectors we can have. Let's say, for example, that we want the style that we have for the big home header to also apply to our p tag. How can we do that? Well, we can do something like this. I save, refresh. Awesome. So that's a way of doing a selector. And there's actually a whole bunch of things that we can do with selectors. And I created for you a nice little cheat sheet here that I'll attach after this lesson. And it references two really good resources that I recommend. One is the CSS tricks that I've already mentioned. And you can see over here all the selectors that they have. They're not as many as they had with properties. And it's actually not as overwhelming as you think. Probably about 30% of these are the ones that are used most of the time. And we also have our good friend W3 Schools that lists a bunch of the selectors here. So let's go over a few things and understand the main selectors that we have. So I've listed them off for you over here, but I want to point your attention to this line. Cascading style sheets at the most basic level. It indicates, there you go, typo. It indicates that the order of CSS rules matter. And that's something that we've already discussed before. You remember the p tags. So the order matters because we know that the CSS will read the last line and make sure that the color is green. So that's the most basic level. But there's a few other things that we can do. So let's look at the selectors. The first one is class. The class will do something like this. So let's say we want to add a few more p tags here and refresh. Okay, perfect. We love the way everything looks, but ideally for the paragraphs, we want the border to be a slightly different color. So what we can do is we can add something called class. So the class property, we can give it any value we want, whatever we want to call it. So let's call it web text. Now we can copy and paste this class attribute to all the p tags. And if I go back to my style, let's make this, put it up a bit. I can now add period web text. And then from here, you can see that it's highlighted green. And we want the border to be 5 pixels dashed green. Save and refresh. And look at that. So class is a good way to select a group of elements and make sure that they all have the same styles. And we can add multiple ones. So this one can be active. And this adds a second class, which we can say has the text color red. So if we save that, save this as well and refresh, you can see over here that now this is red. So class is very, very useful. Let's look at the next one. Let's drag this over here. Okay, the next one is ID. ID is similar to class, except for you can use the same ID only once. So let's say that we want to group these p tags by wrapping them in a div. And you might remember this from the HTML section where we talked about this tag that is very, very useful for CSS. For occasions like this where we want to wrap something, so I can do ID equals div1. And if I save this, I can now go back here. And for an ID, you want to do a hash sign, div1. And let's do background blue. Save and refresh. All right, that looks absolutely hideous. You know what? I think this will look really, really good if it had a bit of opacity. So again, we remember RGBA, and if we wanted blue, if you remember, is red, green, and blue, so 255, and then we'll add opacity of, let's say, 0.2. We save that, refresh. All right, that looks a lot better. But now, let's say we copy this, and we want to add a second section. Now, we would have to call this div2. Again, we want to make sure that the IDs are different. Otherwise, we break the rules. Now, if I save this, we'll have something new, but no styles in this one. We want to add a different style for div2. So again, the selector of div2 will have, let's say this one, instead of blue, has the background red with opacity of 0.2. Let's refresh and look at that. That looks, I'd say, a lot better than it used to. Okay, let's go back to a couple other ones. So this is a star. So the star, it's not used very often, but it symbolizes all elements. So if I do, and usually you'll see stars at the top, but if I do something like this, I can say that we wanted to align everything. Let's say text align, and we want to do right. If I save that and refresh, now we see that this moved to the right, but these didn't. And the reason is because, again, something called specificity. We're saying that, yep, I want everything to be right. But then as we go down the CSS, you'll see that we are saying H2 and P, we want text align to be center. So these elements, instead of coming to the right, get to the center. So just to prove to you that that's correct, if I comment this out, I save and refresh, you see everything moves to the right. Okay, and let's refresh, perfect. The next one is the element, and this is something that we've already seen. You can see over here, we're selecting the element, and then we're putting the property and values. The next one is the element, comma, element, and that is just like we've done here before, we want both H2 and P to have these properties. The next one, and this is a little bit tricky, is element space element. And this is a little bit different than the top one because element space element, what it does, I'll show you over here. I save this and I refresh, and what just happened here? You'll see that now the text align of center does not apply to these paragraphs anymore. And that's because this syntax of writing a selector means I want you to select all P's that are inside H2. So now even the H2 isn't styled anymore because this says we only want the P's that are inside H2. And you'll see that we have nothing inside H2 other than the text. So if I do something like this, home gnome, I like that, okay. Perfect, I save that and I refresh, you'll see that home gnome is added with these styles. Let's look at the next one. The next one is element greater than element. So this one is a little tricky. So if I go like this and I refresh, nothing's changed, but this says that I want you to select all P's, all paragraphs that have parent of H2. So to show you exactly what that means, let's add this on a new line so you can see better. If now within this P, if we do something like this where we wrap this in a div, like so, and I refresh this, the style didn't get applied because it only wants P's, so paragraphs that are parents of H2, and this P is his parent or her parent is the div, Mr. and Mrs. div. If we put this back to the way it was and refresh, you'll see that this time it works because it's saying all P's inside of H2, which is the case. Hopefully you're still with me. This is as hard as selectors get. So once you know these ones, honestly, you've covered 90% and nothing else will scare you. Okay, let's look at one more, element plus element. So this one, if I go element plus element and refresh, what just happened? This says select any P element that is exactly after an H2 element. So what does that mean? Well, we need to make it so that the P element is right after the H2. So if I go like this, save and refresh, you'll see that now we have our styles applied. Let's look at a few more. And like I said, these ones are probably the hardest. These last ones are kind of fun. Okay, so we have hover. So hover, what that means is if I go over here and I put hover at the end, this means that when I refresh, nothing happens. But when I hover my mouse, look at that. It changes the style to what we just wrote down over here. This one's a pretty cool one, especially for buttons. The next one, if we look over here, is last child and first child. And you might guess what that means. So a good way to demonstrate this is we want to use web text. So web text, as if you remember, is all these little lorem ipsums. I can say in here, last child, refresh, and only the last child of each web text. And you'll see here that there's two of them because it is selecting the last child, this one and this one. And then there's also first child, which, as you can imagine, if I refresh, it selects the first items. And then finally, I wanted to show you one last thing that I don't recommend, but you might see it in some code bases, so I don't want you to be surprised when you come across it. And that is this. So I can add something like exclamation mark, important here. And you'll see again, we get that nice highlighting. And important means, let's see what happens here. I refresh and everything just turned pink. Even though this P over here says, I want the color green, important overrides any of the cascading style sheet rules and says, hey, I don't care what anybody else says, the P is pink. And you can see here why I don't recommend using this. Because although you know for sure that the P tags will be pink, if somebody else comes and starts working on your style sheet, and maybe this is hundreds of lines, and they don't know that the important tag is there, they can be confused as to, hey, how come nothing's turning green? I can play all around with the color here and nothing's happening. And again, it breaks the rules of cascading style sheets. So you don't really want to use it, but again, if you see it out in the wild, you won't be surprised this way. The last thing I want to leave you with is the idea of specificity. If this is your first time running into it, it might get a little confusing and you do need a bit of time to get used to it, but trust me, you'll get there. It's just one of these things that everybody goes through and eventually you'll have an aha moment. When selectors win out in the cascade, it depends on three things. So the first thing is specificity, and I have a resource here that really explains it well. A simple way to think about this is how specific is your selector. So this has a specificity score of here. This has a little bit higher because it's more detailed, it's more nested, and this one is higher. This one is even higher, and you can see that it keeps going higher and higher. So the more specific something is, the more likely it will win out and make sure that that is the style. And there's actually a really fun specificity calculator. It's really hard to say that word. So if you click over here, You can type in whatever you want. So let's say A, for example, is just 1 point. But if I do LI, that's 2. And if I do LI, that's even higher. And if I do A, it's even higher. But then I add an ID of food. You can see that IDs are even higher. And then if I add another class, let's do blue, you'll see that the specificity increases. And you'll see over here that inline styles is actually the highest. So if you remember, that is putting a style directly into a section that will always win out over others. So you can play around with this, and I will link to some of the resources that I have in the next section. But again, this is something that will be very specific once you get to a certain problem. You can figure it out, but I hope that makes sense. Let's go back over here to the last two things. So the other thing was the importance. Importance is, as I mentioned, this exclamation mark important. So that always depends on what kind of styles the cascade gets. And then finally, it is the source order. And that is, let's go back to our index file. If we had another style sheet here, let's say we're importing another style sheet. And if you remember, we have style 2 here that makes the H2 color blue. If I put this in, save, and let's go back to our website and refresh, this turns blue because our browser reads this style sheet and then reads this one. And because this one happens after this, the later style gets added. So if I switch this over here and I save, refresh, and let's make sure that the H2 has its own style. So let's do H2 color red, refresh. You'll see that this style wins out. Okay, I'm going to leave this out for you. In the next section, you can play around with CSS and some of the selectors, but this is the hardest it's going to get. And once you remember these rules, you're all set. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back. And in this video, we're going to be talking about text and font. Let's go back to the About page. It looks quite lonely and empty right now. I'm going to turn off the hover effect because it can get kind of annoying after a bit. Let's remove that here and refresh. All right, perfect. In the About HTML, let's try and make this text a little bit prettier. So I'm going to do our little short command with Sublime Text. So lorem and then make sure I close off this p tag. All right, so I'm going to show you a few text properties that we can add. Going back to style, and I'm going to remove the pink color. So we only have this P to worry about, and refresh. And you'll see here that it's still not green because this has higher specificity than this. Again, if you don't know what that means, just check out my previous video. The first one I'm going to show you is called text decoration. And very simply, this one you can do underline, refresh, you get a nice underline. You can also do line through, refresh, and there you go. Nice line through. The next one is text transform. And this one, you can do something like uppercase. And you can transform the entire text into uppercase. You can do lowercase with this as well, but you can try that out on your own. Next one is line height. So in line height, you can put the pixels. So we want 20 pixels of space. There's a line height. If we do 200 pixels, you can see that that's a lot of spacing. So let's keep it at 20 just because that looks nicer. Refresh, perfect. Next one is, I kind of like this, so I'm going to keep this. I'm going to add it to the bottom. The next one is font style. You can set something like italic, save, refresh, nice italic lettering. The next one, let's do font weight. And here you can actually do a number between 100 and 900, or you can do just simply something like bold. And obviously that changes the weight of the font. We also have something like font size. Obviously we want to change the size of the text. and you can do something like percentage. So 100%, if you do that, nothing changes. But if you do 150%, well, that gets 150% bigger. If you do 80, it'll get 80% of the original. And then finally, I also want to show you font family. So this is where you get to pick what kind of font you want. So if you want something like Georgia, I save, refresh, we got that nice little font. If you have something that is multiple words, you'll have to use quotation marks. So if you have something like Times New Roman, you'll have to write it like that. And a special quality of font family is that you'll see a lot of this. This means that on whosever laptop the website opens on, if that computer doesn't have Times New Roman, then print the text in Georgia. And you can have multiple of these separated by comma. And that might sound surprising to you, but fonts are simply pieces of information that each computer has, but it's not equally distributed amongst everybody. So some computers might have certain kinds of font like Times New Roman and others might not. And you can check online which fonts are available in Windows and Macs, but keep that in mind that you want to think about fonts and how your website's going to display, because a user might not have that specific font on their laptop. Now, two questions might pop in your head right now. One is, well, Andre, what if I have this super awesome custom font and I want to use that? And the second one is, how do we make sure that a user always sees the same font on a website, even if they don't have it on their computer? So how can you do this? One way is to actually include a font file that you have on your computer with all your website files. But I'm going to show you an easy way that a lot of developers use, and it's free. And that is Google Fonts. Google Fonts actually has these free fonts that you can use, and there's a ton of them. Anything that you find here is more than enough. And I've used this many times when building websites. It's a great resource. I really like this one. So let's pick this one, Poiret 1. And you can see over here that you can play around and see what it looks like. You can also see the size difference. And if you click the plus sign over here, you'll see at the bottom that I have a selected item. And if I click on it, it shows me how I can add it to my website. So first thing we want to do is we want to copy this, and this might look familiar. And this link tag, which is a style sheet, has a reference to fonts.googleapis.com. We're saying, hey, grab the fonts before you load up this HTML file on my web page. Load it up with the fonts that are found at this website. So yes, if this website is down, and let's say there's no internet access, they won't be able to load those fonts. But it's Google, we can trust them. Most likely, they're going to be online. And the second one, you can see over here what we can add to our CSS file. So we just copy that, go to our style sheet, and let's change this to our new Google font. I save that. Let's go to our page and refresh. Look at that. That is nice and pretty. Let's make that bigger just so we can see it. Whoa, we obviously need some line spacing here. So we can do line height, 50 pixels. There you go. One thing you might think about, and this is something that we'll get into in the advanced CSS section, is that by loading this, we're actually making our website a tiny bit slower, because now, in order for this website to load, we need to grab the style sheet that we've created, plus go to this link and grab our font. Again, something that we don't want to worry about yet, but things to keep in mind. And in the advanced section, we'll cover that a little bit further. But there you have it. There are your general text-based, font-based properties. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. And welcome back. I want to show you a property that is commonly used with images. So I have a really funny picture here of an alpaca. So we're going to copy that. Actually, we're going to use the link for this, and we're going to add an image to our website. Let's just make our font size a little bit smaller. Perfect. And I'm going to try and add a picture to the left over here. So if we go to our About page, and in our section over here, we can try and add a picture. So let's do an image tag. And if you remember, we have a source, and that source, I just copy and pasted the link. And if I save this and refresh, ooh, that's a big picture. So as you may remember, we have to do width. Let's do 50 pixels and height 50 pixels. Let's save and refresh. And you can see that we broke. Let's make that a little bit bigger actually. Let's do 200 and 200. Perfect. You can see here that we actually broke a bit of our CSS, and that is because if you look over here, we have used this selector which says immediate neighbor of H2. We can just do this for now. Refresh, and there you have it. But I kind of want the text to be on the right side over here. How do we do that? Well, we can select the image and use a... Welcome back. In this video, I want to talk about the box model in CSS. It's a very important concept, and it's something that you might have been kind of curious in the back of your head about. And that is this image right here. In CSS, we have this idea of the box model, which has the content, it has the padding, the border, which we've seen before, and then the margin. So we're going to talk about that in this video. So we have our not so pretty website right now, but I have left intentionally our login page still kind of blank. And you see that there's no styles applied to it because if we go to the login page, I'm going to drag it over here. It's referencing style 2, which doesn't have much styles happening. To really emphasize this point, I wanted to just, instead of the lorem ipsum, I'm going to create a div. If I give this a class of box model, I can go into my style 2, which I'm going to drag over here, and I can say box model border 5 pixels solid red. I save this and refresh. Okay, so we have our box model. Let's add something into this div. We have A, and right now it's covering the entire space, but if we add 3 more divs, we'll call this one B, the next one C. I save and refresh. Okay, we have these, and if we wanted them all in one line, then you might remember that that was display inline block, and I save, refresh, and there we have it. Okay, let's talk about the box model here. Let's say we wanted more space inside of these for the letters. Well, in that case, we can use something like padding. So padding, I can put 20 pixels, save and refresh, and there's our padding. But let's say we wanted different padding so that the sides are wider than the top. In that case, we can do something like 5 pixels at the top, 20 pixels on the right side, 5 pixels at the bottom, and 20 pixels to the left. I refresh, and look at that. And that's just a standard that you'll have to get used to. It's top, right, bottom, left. You can also actually do padding, as you can see in the drop-down, bottom, left, top, right to specify, but this is a quicker way of doing it. And if we remember, there was one more, and that was margin. So margin allows us to create space outside of the border. So if I go 20 pixels here and I save, refresh, you can see that we created 20 pixels on the left side and right side, but also the top and the bottom. Let's say we only want spaces between the boxes, but not at the top and bottom. Well, same principle again. We can do 0 pixels, 20 pixels, 0 pixels, and 20 pixels. So top, right, bottom, left. Save and refresh. There you go. Now, this might get tedious. There is one other shorthand way, and that is you can remove this. So this means top and bottom. This means left and right. I save this and refresh. Nothing should change, and it doesn't. And we can do the same at the top here as well. Perfect. One last thing I want to show you is that if we open up our developer tools, so again, we do inspect, you'll see in our styles that we have our box model. So if you see over here, we have our content, we have our padding, and it says 20 pixels, 5 pixels, 5 pixels. We have our border, 5 pixels, 5 pixels, 5 pixels, 5 pixels, and then our margin, 0 with 20 on the side. So again, Chrome allows you to browse around and make sure that all of these are properly done. The last thing you might ask is, what about this content? How can I change this? And that's very simple. You can do something like width. Let's do 33 pixels. Save and refresh. And also do height. Do 55 pixels. Save and refresh. And you'll see over here that in our box model, we now have the content with 33 pixels by 55 pixels. All right, that's it for now. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back. Before we finish off this section, I wanted to show you one last thing. And that is, up until this point, we've used pixels quite a lot. But there's two other options that we can actually use. So let's remove our box models for now. And instead, let's create some paragraphs. So using our lorem shorthand, and let's close this off. Perfect. Let's say that we also wanted to have another paragraph that says introduction. Save and refresh. And there you go, we have our paragraph. Now, if we wanted to add some class to this paragraph, we can just go in here, and we don't need the box model, so we can delete that. We can do something like P, and let's do font size. And for font size, I've shown you that we can do percentages, but you can also do pixels. So let's do 20 pixels, save and refresh, and we have pixels. Okay, so let's say I want lorem ipsum to be a little bit bigger. You can use span. Again, that's kind of like the div tag that you've seen before. It's just good for inline. So again, this way we can add styles. So I save that, go to styles, and now we can select span. And we can do something like this. We can do font size 5 EM. I refresh. So what it's saying is we want the font size to be equal to 5 times the containing element, which is 20 pixels, because if you remember, we're inside of a p tag. Just to show you that that is right, if I do 100 pixels and save and refresh, it's the same. So EM is kind of nice, because if I do something like 2 EM and refresh, well, if I change this to 10 pixels and I refresh, this always stays relative to the P. One other one I want to show you is REM. And that is the size in relation to the size of the root element. What is the root element? Well, it's the HTML. So whatever the document is, it's always going to be twice as big. So if I do 5 and refresh, that's great. But if I change the font size over here to 5, that won't be affected at all. Good job getting this far in the course. I know I've thrown a lot of properties and selectors at you, but I promise in the next section, we're going to start building some real websites and have fun with all this knowledge. Can't wait. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back. In this section, we're going to be talking about some advanced topics in CSS, and I'm going to start off with the critical render path. What is that? Well, we always should know how things work underneath the hood so we can make our websites as fast and reliable as possible. So based on what we've built in the previous section, let's look at what's happening underneath the hood. We are going to our website, and ideally our website will be on a server, and I'll show you how to do that later on in the course. For now, it's just our computer, but let's pretend we have a server where our files are hosted. When we go to our website, we'll call it coolwebsite.com, we request the HTML file, and the browser now sees our HTML file. So it reads through this document, and as it's looking through, it notices that, oh, I need a CSS file here. So it goes back, makes another request, and says, hey, can you please give me a CSS file as well? The server says, yep, no problem. Let me grab that for you. Grabs the CSS file. And now it starts looking at both the HTML and the CSS file to try and figure out how the web page should look. But then it also notices that, hold on a second, I need some fonts as well. So it goes to this address and looks for a font. Again, the website now asks the website that the fonts are hosted at. In our case, it's the Google API, and it grabs the font file. Now here's the thing, while it's grabbing the font file, it could render the page, and rendering means displaying the website. So it could display the website if it only has the HTML and CSS, but it might not show up the text because the text is looking for the font file. So when we talk about the critical render path, we like to mention that CSS is a render blocking file. So you won't be able to render a web page until you receive your CSS. And sometimes if you have font files, you'll also have to wait for the text to render on the page. So keep that in mind when you build your websites. But what are some things that we can consider when doing this so that our websites load up faster? One is maybe to have our own font files. Another one might be that you don't want to make your CSS too big. If we had hundreds and hundreds of lines of code of CSS, well, the file gets bigger and bigger, and it's more and more that you have to transfer over the wire. One method that people have used, and you'll see often, is something called minifying your CSS. And if we open up a browser here, good morning. Yeah, it's early in the morning that I'm filming this. And CSS minify, what it does is you can enter your CSS here. You can see an example over here. So you enter this and you click minify. And what minify does, it removes all the white space. So everything is on one line, just really tiny together. So even though it's the same CSS, it technically makes the file a little bit smaller so that the number of bytes that you're sending over the internet is a lot less. And you'll see that technique used in JavaScript as well, and we'll talk about that in that section. But that is the critical render path, a path that a website takes to display something to the user. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hello! Let's build a fun image portfolio site. One of the biggest problems that people have, and the hardest problem with CSS, it's always making sure that we have our items displayed in the location that we want. That is a really, really difficult problem. And there are many, many solutions to this problem. But one of the new ways, and now it's probably the most popular way, is called Flexbox. And we're going to be using that to create a beautiful image website. Let's get started. So I have an index.html file here and a style.css file in the same directory on my desktop. So let's get started with our typical HTML file. We're going to title it CSS. And in the body, we're going to have a header of life in the wild. And refresh, perfect. And in here, we're going to have a div with a class of container. We'll close that off. And in here, let's add some images. Now, if you remember with images, I can type in this and then tab with Sublime Text. And we don't have any pictures yet. So for now, let's just copy and paste and add 6 images. Save and refresh. Okay. Let's start adding some of these images, and I actually have a file full of these images for you, and I'll attach it to the next lesson so you can also build it yourself. So I'm just going to copy these quickly. Phew, that was a lot of copy and pasting. Let's save that and refresh. All right, we have our images and they're massive. So let's make this a little bit smaller. We can now go to our style sheet and we can select the images, and let's just do width 450 pixels and height 300 pixels. And you might be asking yourself, how come we don't do it here on the individual images? Remember, we can add attributes, but that means if we needed to ever change anything, we have to individually go into each image and change it versus just changing in one location. So for now, we're going to stick to the CSS size. Let's save that and refresh. And obviously we need to link the file. So let's add a link here and it will reference our style.css. Save that and refresh. There you go. We have our images. Look at that. Some beautiful animals here. Now, Flexbox has a great resource, obviously from CSS Tricks. And this is pretty much all you need. It shows you all the things that Flexbox can do. And as you can see, it allows you to play around with content and shift it around in a very nice way. I'm going to attach this link for you at the end of this video, and you can take a look for yourself. For now, let's learn a few Flexbox properties. We want to define that everything inside of this div is part of Flexbox. Let's select, it's called container. So let's do container. And within this container, we will say that display will be flex. So that's how we activate Flexbox. Refresh. Okay, we have a few changes, which is nice, but I don't want to scroll through this. Ideally, I can see everything without scrolling. So one thing we want to do, and again, we can look down over here at the suggestion. We see that flex wrap might be something that we want to add. So let's do flex wrap and do wrap and refresh. Okay, that's perfect. So if I make this bigger, you see that everything is wrapping around. Okay, but I think the content should be centered. It kind of looks weird to having everything to the left over here. So again, we can do something called justify content, and then we can do center. And refresh. Perfect. And if we look on the guide over here, justify content should be right over here. You can see all the properties that it has. That looks pretty good, and we did that pretty fast. Made a nice little portfolio website already. What else can we add now that we have this flexible container around our website? Let's make the header a little bit prettier than it is now. So that's the H1. We can add an H1 here, and we'll say that the font family is, I like this one, Fantasy. Save and refresh. Ooh, I like that one. Font size, let's make it a little bit bigger. We'll do 3 EM. So if you don't remember what EM is, make sure you check out that video. Okay, so that looks better. Maybe it'll be nice to have a bit of a border as well. So we can do border bottom because we only want a border on the bottom. And we'll do 2 pixels solid pink. And refresh. Okay, perfect. That looks good, but ideally I want a border just around this. I don't want the entire section, so we can actually just say that for H1, we want the width to be 400 pixels. I save and refresh. All right, perfect. That looks good. And ideally, this is centered so that the line underneath it is, well, on the left side and right side is equally distributed. So we can do something like text align center. And you'll notice here that it's aligned in the center, but not the web page center. It's aligned in the center of the width of 400 pixels. But that looks good. It'll be actually nice to have a border around here as well. So let's add border right 2 pixels solid pink. Save and refresh. All right, that looks very nice. And then the final thing I want to add is I want to have some spacing between these images. So I'm going to add a margin of 10 pixels here and refresh. All right, let's take a look at our website right now. That looks very, very nice. As you can see, Flexbox is a very easy thing to implement, and it makes your websites look really, really nice, and you can position your content very easily, especially if you have these container-like structures. I want to show you one last resource for Flexbox. Again, this is a tool that you'll see more and more of, and ideally you'll build websites using Flexbox instead of some of the older ways. One way to get really, really good at Flexbox is to play this game, and it's called Flexbox Froggy, I believe. Let's see. And here you're trying to get the frog onto the leaf. It's a little home. So you can do something like justify content flex end. And look at that. You get the frog onto the leaf and you move on to the next round. I'll leave this for you. It's a really, really good way to learn Flexbox. I think this is probably the best way to do layout in CSS. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to be talking about CSS 3. Now, just like with HTML and HTML5, CSS is a standard that constantly evolves to adapt to new demands of websites. So CSS 3 is the latest evolution of CSS, where we've added new properties and new features so that we can make our design even better. So if you remember in our diagram over here, all of these browsers have different developers, different teams that work on implementing their features. Now, in an ideal world, everybody agrees on what CSS does, and when new features and new properties are added, everybody implements them at the same time. But that's simply not the case. Some browsers might work with some property, some might not, because they haven't gotten around to making it work. So let's go back to our website. Now let's play with one of my favorite CSS3 properties. How cool would it be if when we hover over these pictures, the picture moves? Well, with CSS3, they've introduced something called transition. And if I do all 1 second, and I'll explain what that does in, well, 1 second. Image hover, so this should be familiar, where when we hover, we want the image to transform. This is a new property as well, and we'll say scale 1.1. So let's see what happens. I refresh. Look at that. My images are now moving on hover. Isn't that cool? What these properties do is say that I want the image to transition when an action is taken upon it, and I want all the properties to transition over 1 second. And what's that transition going to be? Well, when I hover, I want it to transform by a scale of 1.1. So it's essentially growing. If I change this to 4 seconds and I refresh, well, Now it takes 4 seconds for the image to scale. You can see over here, I'm going to change this back to 1 second, just because it looks better that way. If I make this website full screen, you see that we now have a beautiful effect for our image gallery. And there's also another property called animation, which you can look at on your own. But again, CSS3 has brought in a lot of these new properties to make websites even more dynamic than they are now. But there is a little caveat to using such properties. And that is, you want to make sure that each browser has implemented a new feature. So if I go to one of our favorite websites, W3 Schools, they have a CSS browser support reference. And here you can look at all the CSS to make sure that browsers support whatever property you want to use. So if we go to transition, we see that it is supported by all latest browsers. But you also see that if we go to something like user select, they have this MS, Moz, WebKit line over it. And if we scroll all the way down, it'll show you that it is supported by Internet Explorer with prefix MS. What does that mean? Well, these are browser prefixes, and you'll see them every once in a while. What it is these are new features of CSS that haven't fully been implemented by the browsers, and you want to use a prefix to make sure that they work as an experimental feature in the browser. Let me explain what that means. If I wanted to add let's say a box shadow, so that means kind of making this look 3D and having a shadow underneath the edge over here, previously I had to do something like this, where I put box shadow, and you can read into the property to see what I'm about to do, but I'm going to do 4 pixels, 4 pixels, 5 pixels, and then the color, which is a bit of a gray. So if I do this and refresh, well, that looks nice, and my browser is the new Chrome, so it has this feature. But a few years ago, when box shadow was first introduced, you had to do something like this. Box shadow. And then copy and paste this. And this makes sure that it works on the Mozilla browser. And then you also had MS, which made sure that it works on Internet Explorer. You had WebKit, which made sure that it works on Safari and Chrome. And then finally, you also had O, which made it work on the Opera browser. And then you also had to still mention the box shadow without the prefixes at the bottom. So now, if any of these browsers don't support box shadow, well, they have these prefixes so that it should work. And box shadow, it has been some time now, so you don't need to do this anymore. But there is one great way of seeing if a certain property still needs browser prefixes, and that is using something like this, which I will leave for you so you can check it out. Another thing I wanted to show you is Can I Use? So caniuse.com is a great resource to see anything that you might want to try out. So if I type in here CSS transition, you'll see CSS3 transitions are supported in all these browsers, except we have one, Opera Mini, and it says it's 2.63% of the global usage. So if you use CSS3 transitions, 2.63% of the population might not be able to see it. Now, whether that is your user base or not, you can kind of decide what the trade-offs are. But this is a great thing to use. And if we use something like Flexbox, well, we see that Flexbox has all support. So it shouldn't be a problem for you to use it. Okay, let's go back to this and just finish up this website to make it look nice. So I don't like that there's space here. Ideally, this is all the way to the left. If I do margin 0 pixels, and I refresh, that actually doesn't change much because sometimes browsers have their own default margins. So the way to get around it is to do margin 0 for the body. So margin 0 pixels. Let's save and refresh. Perfect. Now we have this all the way to the left. Okay, but we do want a bit of a buffer at the top. So I'm going to add margin top, and we'll do 10 pixels. Save and refresh. Perfect. Now we have a beautiful website. And it didn't really take us much. We just wrote a few lines of CSS, a few lines of HTML, and look what we have. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. And welcome back. Whenever you have a request from an employer to build a website or a web app, one of the first things that they will ask for is to make sure that your website is responsive. So what is responsive UI? Well, I can show you by opening up the developer tools, which we should know by now. And you'll see over here that there is a little phone icon. If we click on this, it will show you what your website will look like on, let's say, an iPhone. Let's make this a little bit bigger. So let's do 100% of the size. Perfect. You'll see that your website on an iPhone looks like this. And if we do an iPad, well, it looks like this. And if it rotates, it looks good. So responsive means that your website, no matter what, whether it's on the big screen or something like an iPad, it is responsive. That means there's no cutoffs. Everything looks good, no matter what size the screen is. So if we go back to our website and close the developer tabs, I can actually play around with this, open and close, and see that it's responsive. The website looks good no matter what the size, and users can enjoy the experience and not be turned off because whether they're accessing it through their iPad at home on their couch, it still looks good. So keep that in mind. Responsive UI should be a priority when building websites. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hello. This is your new robot friend, and I have a fun little challenge for you. I've created this robot that is actually pretty cool. So as you hover, his head grows big, and he can also dance. Now, here's the challenge. I've created majority of this robot, but you first need to assemble it so it looks like this. And in the next section, I've left a few files for you. An index file and a CSS file. The only problem is that these parts are all over the page and I need you to assemble them so that you can have a robot friend as well. In the following section, after the exercise, I'll have the solution that you can use, but give it a try and hopefully you'll have a new robot friend too. Hello! In this video, I'm going to introduce you to something called Bootstrap. If you haven't heard before, Bootstrap is one of the most popular projects ever for developers. And what it is just a CSS file and JavaScript file. But why would that be one of the most popular projects? Well, one thing you might have noticed is that writing CSS from scratch is a bit of a pain. Wouldn't it be nice if you can use something that has already been created by somebody so that not every single developer has to keep reinventing the wheel and keep writing everything from scratch? And that is the idea behind Bootstrap. Bootstrap was created to solve this problem so that we can create websites really, really fast by using somebody else's CSS and building on top of it. There's also another project called Foundation that does the same thing and they have their own styles. But again, Bootstrap is the more popular of the two, so we'll focus on that. If we click on Get Started here, it'll have a quick setup instruction, and in the next video, we'll actually build something with Bootstrap. But I wanted to show you, if you go down to Components, what the big sell of Bootstrap is. And that is, it has all of these things pre-built for you. So if I wanted to let's say, have a navigation bar, well, that's already built for me with drop downs and links. And all I have to do is copy and paste this code. And you'll see over here that they already have classes attached to them. And these classes will be associated with the CSS file that I will download from Bootstrap. So anytime I use something like navbar, it will use the default Bootstrap styles. And there's many things that you can do. As you can see, all I need to do is copy and paste this code and I have myself a card. You can imagine how fast making websites is with this. Now, the one thing I do want to point out is you might be asking, why do I need to also download JavaScript? We haven't really learned that topic yet in this course. And there are some things in Bootstrap, such as drop-down menus. You can see how they're adding behavior, some actions to our website. If I go to, let's say, modals, for example, and I click on Launch Demo Modal, well, this uses JavaScript because there's some action within our website. We won't worry too much about that, and that's something we'll get into when we get to the JavaScript section. But you can see here that with Bootstrap, by just downloading a CSS file and a JavaScript file, we have all these tools at our disposal. Now, you might be asking yourself one other thing, and that is, well, if everybody uses these, won't we all have the same looking websites? And no. The beauty of Bootstrap is that these are just building blocks. You have all these classes that you can use, but then you can add your own custom CSS styles on top of these to make it different. So if I go to buttons, for example, well, by using these classes, I have all these beautiful buttons, but if I wanted to change the behavior of button primary, which is this one, I could create my own CSS file and just put it right after the Bootstrap file and change the primary color to, let's say, orange. And just to show you, if you go to the Expo tab here, Bootstrap actually has a whole bunch of websites that have been built with Bootstrap. And you can see that they all look very, very different. So in the next video, we're going to build ourselves a Bootstrap website. I'll see you in that one. Bye-bye. Let's start using Bootstrap. And there are two ways we can use this toolkit. One is to download. And you can just click on the first link. It says compiled CSS and JavaScript. Well, let's just see what gets downloaded. So if I open this, you'll see here that I have a CSS file and JavaScript file. You see there's a bunch of them. You don't have to worry too much about it. It's just different CSS files that are used together based on if you're using the Bootstrap grid or the Bootstrap CSS. And you'll see some of them have the bootstrap.min.css, and that means that they are minified. So if I open this, you'll see that everything is on one line and minified. Right now, all we would need to do is just add this to our project, but I want to show you a better way of doing it, especially when we're getting started. And that is, we can use something called a CDN. So what is a CDN? A CDN is a content delivery network. Bootstrap has this link and they're hosting the Bootstrap CSS files for us. So we don't even need to include it in our project. All we need to do is add this line into our HTML, and you'll see here that the link tag, which refers to a style sheet, has an href that links us to the Bootstrap minified CSS. And that's what a content delivery network is. We don't need to include our files into our project. We just link to someplace else that is actually hosting this file. So let's copy that. Let's open up Sublime, and I'm going to create a new file here, and we'll save it to the desktop. I'm going to call it index.html. I save, and let's open that up in the browser as well. Okay, empty because, well, we don't have anything. Here, let's start with our HTML page and we'll title it Bootstrap. And again, we have that link copied, which is the CDN that says, hey, I want the CSS file from Bootstrap. If you scroll down to the bottom, it also has the JavaScript file. And like I said before, we need these files if we're using features of Bootstrap such as dropdowns or modals that actually add some actions to our websites. So let's just copy this. And where we want to put JavaScript, and again, when we get to that section in this course, we'll talk more about it. We want to put it at the bottom of our body tag. And that is because you want these JavaScript files to load after all the content of your websites have loaded. This way, we have our website loaded and then these scripts get downloaded. If we put these at the top, you'll have to wait for all of them to load before a user can see your website. And obviously that's not what we want to do. Okay, and this is all we need to have Bootstrap working for us. So let's play with a few things. Let's say we wanted to add a navbar. I would go into the components and select navbar. And you can read about how it works, but I really like this navigation bar. So I'm just going to copy the code and add it to my body. And I know it can get overwhelming when you're copying a whole bunch of code and you don't know exactly what it's doing. But if you actually read this line by line, you know everything. It's just a few tags with their own specific Bootstrap classes. So let's save here and refresh. And look at that. We have a navigation bar. How easy is that? And one thing that Bootstrap is really famous for and why people love it so much is that it's fully responsive. So you see the menu bar here. If I make it bigger, look at that. It automatically changes according to what we need. Okay, what else can we add over here? Let's add a Jumbotron. Hello world. Okay, so I can copy this. And again, let's add that right below the nav bar. So again, in Sublime Text, I can minimize this by clicking the side over here. And below the nav bar, we'll add this Jumbotron. Okay, so if I save and refresh, look at that. We have hello world. Let's add one last thing. We'll do a modal. And with the modal, I really like this one, launch demo modal. So I'm going to copy this. And again, I'm going to minimize the Jumbotron just so we can see what we've added. Copy and paste this. Always have to adjust my indentation. Perfect. And I save this and refresh. We have the launch demo modal. And if I click this, look at that. We have our own modal. Now, this, just to prove that this is JavaScript, if I remove these scripts, and I'm just going to comment them out, and I click this, nothing happens. And that's what JavaScript is doing. We'll get into it, like I said, later, but there are some features that might not work with Bootstrap if you don't include these scripts. But if you're only using it for styles, then you might not even need these. So if I remove this, if you saw, we still have all of these, but the nav bar isn't working anymore. So again, you can play around and see what you need. You don't need to know exactly what these scripts do yet. So just leave them there for now. Now, how can we change the style so that, we can add our own custom look to our website? Well, if we wanted to change something like the launch demo modal button, well, in that case, I can see over here that this is the button, and I can look at the classes that Bootstrap gives us. If I go into buttons, well, here I can see that all these classes have, all these colors have different names. So if I want it to be red, I can use button danger. So again, I can remove primary. Actually, I can just type this out. Instead of primary, I can do danger, save, and refresh. And now the button's red. But again, what if you want your own custom look to the button? Well, that's easy to do. We can now say that from now on, I want button danger to be orange. The way we do that is we create a style sheet at the top. And now we can add our own style sheet, and you can see it's below the Bootstrap one, which means that according to cascading style sheets, our styles will override anything that might match the Bootstrap ones. So let's create a style file here. And I actually have one created already on our desktop. You can see it over here in the same directory as the index.html. And here we can say that the button danger that we just added has a background color of orange. If I save this and refresh, look at that. Our button is now orange. And the hover effect is still red, and that's default Bootstrap. So we can do button danger hover is going to be black. Save and refresh. Look at that. We have our own custom button. You can see Bootstrap is very powerful. We're able to create websites really, really fast this way. And in the next section, we're going to talk about the best feature of Bootstrap that I have yet to tell you about. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. And welcome back. We left off with our really quick website that we built using Bootstrap. But I want to show you one thing that I've kept from you, and that is the layout feature in Bootstrap. And this was the primary reason that Bootstrap was so popular. Because layout was so difficult and we didn't have Flexbox back in the day, Bootstrap allowed us to create very responsive websites using these ideas of columns. To show you what I mean, we're going to create our own column system. We're going to go back to our website, and I'm going to delete everything that we created so far. I'm going to save and refresh. Everything's empty. So in Bootstrap, you can do something like this. You always want to wrap everything in a container. And again, if you go to the documentation, it'll show you what to do. And we'll just grab the top ones. So let's just copy these, fix the indentation a bit. There you go. And if I refresh, well, we need to have a bit of a background so we can see them. So I'm going to say column. We'll do background color gray, and the border will be 2 pixels solid black. Save and go back and refresh. We have our borders. Now here's something interesting that you can do. You can do column small 6 and then column small 3. Don't worry, I'll explain what that means. I'm going to refresh, and look at that. The size of this just got smaller. And that is because Bootstrap has the idea of a grid system, and this grid system has 12 lines. So 6 plus 3 is 9. So it's saying that I want this column to have 6 spaces out of that 12, and this column to have 3 spaces out of that 12. So if we add another column, and 6 plus 3 plus 3 is 12, I'm going to say extra here. I refresh, you'll see that it fills in this gap. What if I put in 4 here? So that is 13, which is over 12. Well, if I refresh, this goes down to the next level. So you see how easy it is to control things in Bootstrap. I could also do something like column extra small. We'll do 12, and then column extra small 6, column extra small 6. And actually we'll do medium here. Save. Let's refresh and see what happens. Whoa. What this is saying that if the size of the window is medium, then I want the whole 12 grid system to the first div, and then 6 of the 12 to the second, and then the extra one, 6. So you can see here that that's medium. But because we have these small properties in here, if I make it smaller, you can see that it resorts down to the 6, 3, 4 grid. Let's change this back to 3 so it looks better, and show you that there's a few other sizes that we can add. You can see over here that we have grid options, and we have small, medium, large, and extra large. So let's do large and see what happens. So for large, I want to have everything on their own. So we can do this. And save. Let's refresh and see if you can guess what's about to happen. I'm going to go from medium to large. Do you see that? 12, 12, 12. So I want each div to occupy 12 spaces, 12 grid systems, which is the full thing. If I go to medium, I now occupy with the first one, 12. The second one's 6 and 6. So they should be one after another. And if I go down to even smaller, the small will have 6, 3, and 3. So this is how you can create really responsive websites. And that was the biggest selling feature of Bootstrap. It was solving this really, really hard problem of making sure that our website looked good no matter what the screen size. So I want you to play around with the grid options here. This is the hardest concept to grasp in Bootstrap. Once you've learned this, it's very, very easy to create websites extremely fast. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Holy moly. Good job getting this far in the course. You should really, really be proud of yourself because we've learned a lot. And now we're going to build something really exciting. We're going to build a startup landing page. A landing page like this that, well, is responsive, but most importantly, it has some text, it has a button, but check this out. When you click on the button, it takes you to a form to sign up and collect email addresses. That's right, we're building a startup landing page. I'm going to show you how to do it step by step, and you can grab the starter files attached to this lesson because we're going to build this from scratch and see how we can put something online that you can now share with your friends next time you have a big startup idea. Let's get started. Welcome back. So how are we going to build this from scratch based on what we've learned so far? Well, we're going to use Bootstrap for this because we just learned it. And I actually gave you some starter files attached to the last lesson. If we take a look, that's right, we had a header image, we had an index HTML file, and then a style.css file. So you can open these, make sure they're all in the same folder. I called mine startup with an exclamation mark because this is an exciting project. And in our case, we'll use Sublime Text. We should have something like this. So we have our index.html file, our style.css, and then our header image. Now I filled in a few things for you just to get us started. Nothing too crazy though, don't worry. One is we've used some Google fonts so that we can use this Montserrat font, which I think is kind of nice from the Google fonts. And we enable that in our style sheet by saying body and HTML. I want to make sure that the font family has this setting. If not, we'll use sans serif. I've also set width and height for 100%. That's always something good to have to make sure that the body and HTML cover 100% of whatever we see on the screen. Next, we have our Bootstrap CSS from a CDN, or a content delivery network. And the reason I've added this here is that so you don't have to actually include a Bootstrap file yourself. If I actually go to the Bootstrap page and I go to Quick Start, you'll see that right here, we can just copy and paste this, just like here, with the Bootstrap CSS file. So that way, right away, as soon as we copy and paste this line, we have Bootstrap available to us. Now, notice here how we have versions of Bootstrap. In this case, it's 4.3.1. Now, this number, as the time passes, is going to get bigger and bigger because Bootstrap is a constantly evolving library as developers make updates. But as long as you use a number higher than this, everything in this project should work. Like I said, most of the time, no matter when you're watching this video, as long as you copy this or you use my starter files, everything should work. And then finally, we have our style sheet. Nothing new here, right? Because we've already seen this before. We have our style.css file, and our style file just has this for now. We also have our header image, which again is a nice little laptop image for our startup landing page. Now, this is the website over here that is completely blank because we have nothing in the body. So let's just have a header one that says, hello, right here. Save it and refresh. Look at that. We have hello. Now, notice here how fast I did that. I just pressed Command R on my laptop, which is a Mac. If you have Windows, it's Control R to refresh the web page. And you notice here that the font is being applied once again because we have our font family CSS set. So there's our page, our setup, and there is what we want to get to. Now, if you want, you can go off on your own and try to attempt to build this from scratch yourself. Otherwise, I'll see you in the next video to actually get our page to look a little bit more like this and less like this. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. All right, let's get going here. Now, the first thing we want to do is change this hello to, well, the biggest startup event of the year. Very dramatic, I know. So let's do that. I'm just going to say the biggest startup event of the year. That's right. Okay, let's save. So I'm doing Command S, or if you're on Windows, Control S. And then refresh, Command R, or if you're on Windows, Control R. All right, there we go. That's great. We also seem to have a button that says find out more. So let's do that as well. We'll say button, find out more. There we go. If I refresh here, there you go. Our startup landing page is, well, frankly, still looking fairly ugly. Now, the next thing we want to do is we want to have this background image. But before we get to that, I want to talk a little bit about how we can set up our HTML page so that we have good responsive design. So right now, nothing much is going on. You can see here that I can adjust the screen size, but we don't have much happening on our page. So if we go back to the Bootstrap documentation, in the Quick Start Guide, if I scroll all the way to the bottom, you see that I get a starter template here. And you might notice here something that we haven't seen before, which is this part over here, called a required meta tag. And you can see here that this is actually something that we can copy and paste and place right below our title here, just like that. Now, let's make this a little bit bigger so we can see. And I'll make the writing smaller just so you can see over here exactly what's happening. So this meta tag allows us to add new information to our HTML page. And there's different things that we can provide. Now, in most websites, you'll actually see these two lines very often. As a matter of fact, it's recommended that you always add them. Now, what exactly do they do? Well, if we scroll down here, you'll see that we have the responsive meta tag. Essentially, this line here, which says viewport, allows us to create web pages that are developed mobile first. That is, we let the page know, or the browser know, that this page should work on mobile devices, and things like scrolling or touching or zooming on a mobile device is going to work with this tag. Now, this is something I'm going to leave for you to learn more about, and it's something we'll talk about later in the course. But these meta tags are just useful things to add to our projects anytime we create a new page. And then finally, this top meta tag uses UTF-8 encoding. Essentially, it's saying, hey, we're going to use this form of encoding to write text on our pages. Again, something that if you're curious, you can read up on your own. But now that we've set this up so that it's good for mobile as well, let's try to include this background image into our page. Now, when it comes to background images on a website, that's a very common thing. You'll see a lot of people adding background images to a website, or maybe patterns or some sort of colors. And when a common problem happens, I always like, Googling. And one of the first things that you'll encounter is this perfect full page background image by CSS Tricks, which we've seen before. Now, if you scroll all the way down, it tells us a way for us to make sure that we use the image in a full page background so that it stretches, it flexes as the viewport changes. Now, over here, it actually gives us a copy and paste way that we can use it ourselves. So I'm going to just copy this, go to my style page, and just add this to our CSS. Now you'll see over here that we're using background over here with the URL. So we want to adjust it to header.jpg because that's the URL of the header. And the key here is these lines. It's saying, hey, we don't want to repeat the image. We want you to keep it centered, and we want you to keep it fixed. And by using this line, it stretches, or at least it fills the entire page with our image. And as long as we have background size as cover, well, let's see what happens. I'm going to refresh. Hey, and look at that. Now I have this image that adapts to our page. But the cool part is if I open the developer tools here, let's say View, Developer Tools, you'll notice that the image actually bumps up so that the center of the image, is always centered. How cool is that? So this is a very useful trick to have your background very flexible. All right, so we have our background. Unfortunately, our writing right now is hard to see. The button's still kind of ugly. So let's fix a few things in our HTML page. Now remember, we have Bootstrap, so we can start using some Bootstrap classes now. One thing that I want to do is with this H1 tag, I want to maybe use a strong element to emphasize the header. So make sure we close this, and I'm going to make this bigger just so you can see. And if I refresh, all right, that's emphasized a little bit more. We also want to make sure that this H1 tag we can actually see. So we can go into our style and just create a new H1 style that will have, let's say, a font size of, let's say, 3 REM. And then we'll give it a color of, what should we do here? Well, one thing that I always like to do when I'm trying to figure out what color I want is to go to a page, let's say like the startup over here, open up the developer tools, make sure this is a little bit bigger so we can see, and then find somewhere on the page where you have this color palette. If I actually click on this and I'm on Chrome, look at that. It opens up a little color palette for us. So I can actually move around things and grab the hex of the color that I want. In our case, I want the color to be, let's find out. How can I copy the color of this page? I can just click on select an element, this little icon here. And then if I hover over this, look at that. It shows me exactly what color this element has. You can see over here that this is the hex color. So I'm just going to copy that, come back, and paste it in. Now if I save both of these files and refresh, that's much better. I like that a lot. All right, we're making progress with our page. It's getting closer, but we still have a lot to do. So let's take a break, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, everybody, let's keep going. What else can we do to this page to make it look more like this one? Well, I want the text uppercase here. You can see over here that this is all in capitals, this is not. I mean, I could change this if I want to capital letters. I can also add a style to make everything uppercase. But there's also another useful one that comes with Bootstrap. I can actually add a class and use a class in Bootstrap called text-uppercase. If I save this and refresh, look at that. Everything is uppercase. That's awesome. Now, what about the button? Let's add some Bootstrap styling to the buttons. Again, let's say you don't know how to add Bootstrap styles or you don't know the classes. We can always go to the documentation and search buttons. There we go. We see that we have some button classes that we can use. In our case, let's use this one, button primary. So I'm going to copy, come back, and with this button, let's give it a class of button primary. If I save and refresh, hey, look at that. We have a Bootstrap button already. That's really, really cool. But you know what? I want to have a different color, right? I want the button to look more like this, something nicer. So we can add our own custom CSS. Let's call this class button XL for extra large button. And this isn't a Bootstrap class. If I save this and refresh, nothing will happen. Instead, we can create this button XL right here in our own style sheet. So let's say button or .button XL is going to be, let's make this a little bit bigger, is going to have padding of, let's say, 1 rem on the sides and 2 rem top bottom. If I refresh this, that's better. That's a lot bigger. So we have an extra large button. Now we can add sizes or we can add different properties here. But since we named this class button XL, we should just leave it the way it's describing things. That is to make the button larger. So instead, let's just modify the existing classes that we have, which is the button and button primary. So if I go back here, we can say that the button class will have a font weight of, let's say, 700 and a border radius. That is to make the edges more circular, and we'll give it 300 pixels. If I save this and refresh, that's a lot better. I like that. And I want this capitalized as well, and I could use the text uppercase class as we've seen before, or I can just in here say text transform and just say uppercase. So just use a CSS class. If I refresh, that looks really, really nice. Now let's keep going here. Let's add another class here, which is button primary. So we're just adding on to the Bootstrap styles that we have. And we'll just give it a background color of, what should we do? Well, if we go back to this page, again, we inspect right here by hovering, and we click. We see over here as we scroll down what color we're using over here. Let's see. Where's the color? Let's see. Oh, there it is right here. So I'm going to copy the color, add it here. If I hit save and refresh, hey, look at that. That's really, really nice. But one thing you'll notice is that the border over here, if we scroll or zoom in, you see that the border has a bit of blue, and that's default for the Bootstrap theme. So instead, let's add a border as well. So call it border color and give it the same color. If I refresh, that's much better. Although now we're hovering and it's turning blue. That's okay, but I don't like it. Let's make it hover so it's still orange, but maybe a little bit darker orange. So what can we do here? Again, we've seen this before. We can just say button primary colon hover. And in here, we can just add background color to be something a little bit different than this. In this case, we're going to use a color that is EE4B08. Don't worry, I didn't memorize this. This is just something that, well, I knew that I used when I made this website first. So don't worry, you never need to memorize hex colors. Next, we'll do the same for the border color. So once again, we'll make the border color the same as we have here. That's great. I also want to increase the border width, actually, to just make it a little bit bigger when we hover over it. So let's just give it an extra 4 pixels and let's save. If I refresh and hover, hey, look at that. That's awesome. So that's looking really, really nice. So we have the button. It's looking pretty good. We have our header. That's looking pretty great as well. The other thing I want to add is this little line here, just to give it a little extra flair to the page. And we can use something called an HR here, or a horizontal line. So the HR tag, which we can just put in between, so let's say HR, is a horizontal line. So if I refresh here, I don't know if you can see it, well, because it's dark, but let's add some styling to it. So let's say in here that we want the HRs on our page to have a border color of the orange that we've had before, which is this one over here. So let's say border color is this. If I save and refresh, all right, look at that. There's our little line. It's a little thin though, so let's add a bit of sizing. So I'll say border width and give it, let's say 3 pixels. And if I refresh, all right, that's getting bigger, that's good. But I don't want this to be the entire page. I only want it a little bit, just like we see it here. So we have a CSS property here that we can use called max width, which, as the name suggests, tells us exactly what's the maximum width of this thing. In our case, let's say 65 pixels. So if I save this and refresh, that's much better. All right, we're making progress here, but there's an issue, right? Right now we have the content that we want, but it's all over the place. It's kind of ugly, isn't it? We want everything centered, maybe around this laptop over here. And this is where Bootstrap really shines. So let's figure that out in the next video. All right, it's time to talk about layout. Now, we already learned how layout works in Bootstrap, and we talked about why Bootstrap became so popular. Now, don't worry, later on in the course, I'm going to introduce you to topics like CSS Grid and actually talk about really easy ways to do layout on a page. But for now, we want us to use Bootstrap because that's what we learned. And I'm warning you, this is going to seem very overwhelming. I want to show you how Bootstrap does layout because down the road, when I introduce you to things like CSS Grid, you're going to see how much easier we have it now than we had maybe a few years ago. But I still want you to learn how layout is done in Bootstrap because you will encounter it throughout your career. Now, if you go to the layout section on the Bootstrap documentation, you see over here that it has some pretty good information. We can look at the grids, and we've already talked about how grid works with Bootstrap. Now, the first thing we want to do is to have a container and then maybe some rows that we can use columns on. So if we go back to our page and we open up the index.html file, the first thing I want to do around the body, and one thing I'll do with my Sublime text here is actually minimize the head tag here just so we can see a little bit. So I'm going to just click on this and look at that. It's minimized so I can just focus on the body. The first thing I want to do is say that I want to create a div with a class of container. Just like that. And then we'll close this right over here. So let's indent that properly. Let's save and refresh. All right, we have everything in a container. Next is that we want, ideally, all of these things to be in a row. So we want the H1, the HR, and the button to just be a row, one row that we have that is in the center of the page. So I'm just going to wrap this in a div and give it a class of row. So once again, let's close the div and indent this again. If I refresh, not much has changed. We may have lost the HR. We'll get back to that in a second. But we have a row now. So that if I inspect, let's say View, Developer Tools, and I click on this Inspect, I see, well, these elements. If I go over here and let's open this up, make this a little bit smaller, we see that we have the body, we have the div, which is the container, and then we have the row right here. All right, let me close this. Let's divide up these items into different sections. We have the header element that we can use, and this header element will contain the H1 over here. So we have the header, and one thing that we can use with Bootstrap is a class called text center. And text center, as you might guess, if I refresh, centers the text. So that's great. That's our header element. And we also want to create another section here. Let's call it section. So this is a section element. And this section element will also have the class text center. So if I refresh, there you go. We got our HR, horizontal line back. And why isn't this centered? Let's inspect this and find out. So I can open Developer Tools by pressing Command Option I or Control Option I if you're on a Windows. And let's look at the elements. We have the container, we have the row, we have the header, and then we have the section. Now, we see over here that these ones aren't taking up the full width as we would want of the container. And we've seen this before with Bootstrap, right? We have to use this columns to tell it, hey, we want to contain or expand along the column. And because Bootstrap uses a 12 grid system, we can just say in here that the header, we want the column 12 grid. And then for the section, we want the column 12 grid. So if I refresh, there you go, look at that. If I go over here, I see that we have the row, we have the header, and then we have the text, which as you can see contains the full amount of the container in the blue. That's looking a lot better. That's great. Now if I close this, our text and button, it's still at the top. Ideally, it's in the middle of the image. How can we fix this? Now, this part is really, really tricky. If I actually search vertical alignment here, you'll see that Bootstrap has some vertical alignment options, but these ones are using inline, inline block, inline table, which is actually not the recommended way. Now, the way we're going to do this is we're going to use Flex. And this is a new feature with Bootstrap because they're using the Flexbox utilities that we've learned about, right? So if I go over here, you can see that I can activate the Flexbox system by using the dFlex class. So if I copy this and go to container and say dFlex, if I refresh, All right, nothing happened because we've just enabled Flexbox. But now we want to make sure that we can place things vertically in the center. And this, if we scroll down, is what we want right here. Align items. If we look over here, it's align items center. So if I copy this, which is this one over here, and we add align items center, if I refresh, this isn't working. And this is a little tricky. And I'm showing you this just to understand how to debug things. So let's say you just did this and for some reason, you don't understand why this isn't working. On the documentation page, clearly, it shows us that this should be working. Well, we can inspect, so let's right-click, inspect, and have a look at our HTML page. We have the container and then the body. Now you see here how everything is in the container. And as a matter of fact, if we look at the container, we're actually aligning items in the center because the container is actually not the full page. It's only the top part, right? It's just this part. So here, the container is not fully covering the page. So what we need to do, just like we have in body, if we look at style here, you see how we have height of 100%? All we need to do is tell the container that, hey, I want you to span the entire height of the page. And in Bootstrap, we can do that by saying height 100 instead of adding the CSS style. If I save this and refresh, look at that. If I hover, you'll see that my container is now the full length of the page. And our writing is right in the middle. If I scroll up or down, look at that. It's adjusting properly. Everything is centered. That's great. Now, don't worry if this takes you a long time to figure out. Sometimes it involves Googling around, figure things out. Like I said, later on in the CSS layout section of the course, I'll actually show you how to make this so much simpler. Now, the last thing I want to do is, well, right here. I want to have a bit of space between the writing and the button. So what can we do here? I want another section in between these two to hopefully buffer them away from each other. So we can create that fairly easily. We can just add a new div and we'll give it a class here of buffer that we'll have to write ourselves. And this buffer class will be in between the header and then the horizontal line and the button. So let's also give this a column of 12 because we want to make sure that it covers the entire area. But right now, there's nothing. If I right-click here and inspect, you'll see here that I have the buffer, but the buffer doesn't have anything. It's completely empty because, well, there's nothing inside here. But we can add a style, let's say .buffer. And this buffer will have a height of, what should we say? Well, if I do, let's say 50 pixels and I refresh, look at that. I get a nice little buffer. So now if I scroll over to buffer, you see that I have a 50 pixel height buffer. But I always like using REM instead of pixels. So let's do REM. Let's see what 5 REM means. All right, that's good. Maybe a little bit more. Let's do 10 REM. Let's save and refresh. All right, that looks actually quite nice. If I close this tab, open it up. Yeah, look at that. That looks really, really nice. And there we go. We have our startup landing page right here. Everything looks pretty nice, right? And the way we've organized things seems pretty clean. Our button is, well, when we hover, available, but whenever I click on this button, nothing's happening. Ideally, we have a new page that opens up so that we can enter, or our customers can enter their emails. And this is the exciting part that we're going to get to in the next video. I'll see you in that one. Bye-bye. We've built our beautiful website. We've created a sign-up form. And it's fully responsive, but it's just on our computers. Let's actually put this online, on the internet, so anybody can access it. And I'm going to show you one way to do it for free. It'll take a bit of setup, but this way you'll have a website that is out there and you can showcase it to your friends. So to get started, I'm going to suggest that you go to github.com and you're going to create an account. And when we get to the GitHub and Git section, we're going to talk more about this, but GitHub is a platform for developers to showcase their work, but also put all their code and make sure that it's saved in a location. You can think of it as a resume for developers. So any developer that I know has a GitHub account, so create your own as well. It's completely free and it'll allow us to put our website online for free. So sign up now, and then I'm going to go back to my GitHub where I'm already signed in. And right here, once you're signed in, you'll get to this page and it'll say start a project. So I want you to click on start a project. And here, this is really important. You need to put the name that you have, your username of GitHub first, and then put period github.io. So you have to name your repository, so you can think of this as project name. And then you can click on create repository. You'll get this screen and it'll look very, very confusing. Don't worry, we don't need to worry about it. We're going to have to use the setup in desktop button. In order to do that, we need to download GitHub desktop client. So you can easily do that by downloading GitHub desktop. There's for Mac, for Windows, whichever one you need. You can download. Once that's downloaded, let's open it up. And you can see here we have GitHub desktop. I'm going to double click to open it. You'll get this pop-up, but you can just open. And once you have this, you can click on clone repository. And you will have to sign in to GitHub. So this needs to know what your account is on github.com. So I'm just going to click sign in. And again, this is, you can sign in with your own credentials here. And there you go. We should be all signed in. The next step is we're going to click on something called clone a repository. So we're going to click on that and we're going to search for the repository we just created. So if you remember your username.github.io, and because it's signed in to your account, it knows where to find it. So from here, I'm going to click clone. And it did a whole bunch of magic behind the scenes. Don't worry about it for now. Now, you want to open this repository in Finder. And it's going to open up your folder with your name on it. And in there, I just want you to copy and paste the 3 files that you have, your index, your style sheet, and your header. If you have any other files for your website, just keep them all in there. Just a reminder to take it out of the folder. There you have it. I don't want to delete that, so I'm going to copy that back. Okay. And once you have that there, close it. And now you'll see that you have these 3 files that you've just added. All we need to do now is just write a summary of this. So uploading website, and then commit to master. You'll need to add a summary in here, otherwise it won't let you click. You click on that, and again, something happened, some magic, but if you click on the history tab, you'll see that your files are still there. And the final thing you're going to do is click this publish branch button. If you click on this, it's doing a whole bunch of work behind the scenes, and it looks like it's done. Now here's the cool part. Let's go back to our website and remember this screen. Well, now if I refresh, I have my files in there. So now this location is referencing these files. And guess what? Your website's actually online. Don't believe me? Well, let's check out. All we need to do is go to this link, type it into the bar, press enter, and there you go. We have our website online. So now, our beautiful website, our startup page, works. And people can sign up for our mailing list and check out our startup. Isn't that cool? We're going to be learning more about GitHub and Git later on in the course, and there's a special section just for it because it's a very important tool. But I wanted you to put your website online so you can show it off to your friends and family and let them know that you're going to be a pretty good developer. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back. I wanted to show you another easier way to put your page online on GitHub that is fairly new. All we need to do is click on a new repository. We can create whatever we want. Startup of the year. We'll call it that for now. We'll make sure it's public. We can add a description if we want. And we can initialize this repository with a README. Now if I click Create Repository, I now have an empty project. And all we need to do here is click on Upload Files. And we can just drag and drop our files. In my case, I can just grab these 3 files we've been working on, drag them over here. It's going to upload them, and we'll just hit Commit Changes. And check it out. Once that's done, we have our page. Now, in order for this to work, we have to make sure that there's an index.html file. And all we need to do is now go to Settings, scroll all the way down to GitHub Pages right here, select the source as the master branch. And don't worry, we're going to go over GitHub and how it works later on in the course. We have a dedicated section for it, but I just want to make sure that we can put things online so you can show off to your friends. If I scroll back to GitHub Pages now, you'll see that I have your site is ready to be published right here. So I can actually copy this link or click on it, and look at that. At this URL, my website is now online. And as you can see, it works just like we had. But this time, it's an actual website online. So this link I can send to my friends and show off. Now, one thing I like to do here when I create a page on GitHub is to copy this link, go back to the project, and add it to the description here as the website, so that in the future, I can just click on here and I'm directed to my website. All right, that was a lot of work, but congratulations, you have your website online. Go share it with your friends, with your family, with your dog, with your enemies, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye-bye. Welcome back to another Developer Fundamentals video. And you know who we haven't seen in a while? My friend Jean-Claude Van Damme. How are you doing these days, Jean? All right. So what is this developer fundamental that we're going to teach? Well, I have over here animate.css. And this is another CSS file that we can download to animate things. So all I need to do is click download animate.css, and I have the CSS file downloaded for me. So let's open that up. You'll see over here that, yep, this is a massive CSS file that I just downloaded. And this is how Bootstrap, that we've seen in previous videos, works. They're essentially providing a CSS file for us with all these properties already preset, and we also have all the classes that we need to use them. So let's say I wanted to use this, and I'm just going to copy this for now. And I have an empty website, and I'm just going to copy and paste this CSS for us. Just think about how powerful that is. We're able to not start from scratch, but use what other people have created to make our websites faster. To show you this, let's open up this file. So into our browser. Okay, it's completely empty. And let's just have a header 1 that says animate me. I'm going to save and refresh. And looking at animate.css, I can add let's add bounce to our header. All we need to do is click on something like view on GitHub, and it will explain for us what we can add. And I'll just save you the trouble of reading, but all we need to do is this. Copy and add the class, animated, and then whatever animation we want. In this library, that's how it works. You just need to say a class and type animated first, and then any of the actions that were provided on the website. So in our case, it was infinite bounce. Save and refresh. And well, we haven't linked our style sheet here, so let's do that. And we should be really good at this by now because we've done it plenty of times. Save and refresh. Look at that. Our header is now animated. Let's see what else we can do with this. We can do Jello. Actually, let's do something more exciting, maybe flip. Oh, I like that one. Okay, so we want to do flip. We can type in flip and refresh here. You see that? Let's do that infinite just so we can see it. Woo, there you go. I'm going to stop that because that's going to get us dizzy. Refresh. There you go. Now, the fundamental here that I want to show you is that when we're building websites, it is very rare that we build something from scratch. Most of the time, you want to build on top of something that has already been created. Otherwise, the whole environment of being a developer will be very, very tedious. How much of a waste is it if somebody has already created a solution that you need? So as a developer, you want to be efficient with your time and your limited resources. So you want to find things like Bootstrap or even animate.css if they solve your certain problems. And that is true for CSS as well as JavaScript when we get into it. You want to find solutions that already exist, and only if they don't exist already, then you can implement your own. Finally, I wanted to show you one other tool, and that is Creative Tim. So if you click on Creative Tim, they create Bootstrap themes. They're using the Bootstrap toolkit to build their own styles and their own little customized actions to make it even better. So if I go to categories over here and we'll do UI kits, you'll see over here that they have all these things that we can use. So if we click on PaperKit 2 Pro, let's find a free one actually. If I click on price low to high, there you go. We have the Get Shit Done, and we also have PaperKit 2. So if I click on this, and I'm going to make this full screen, this allows us to build something like this very, very easily with their own custom design. And all we need to do is do a free download. And you'll see that when we download this, we have all the files that we need. And let's open it up. Look at that. We have this website that, just like Bootstrap, we can use these buttons and these different styles and navigation, progress bars, and forms, and everything that you need. And because we know now how HTML files and CSS files work, we can actually start customizing this. And we can open up an index file and start editing it. Or if we go into assets and CSS, we can start adding our own CSS values to it. And you'll see a lot of developers that do this exactly. They're freelancers and people need just websites built, and they're able to build websites really, really fast by using something like Creative Tim. Because as you can see, they've already built really nice looking components for you. There's paid ones that you can get, and that is one avenue that you can go. But I do argue that these type of websites can only take you so far. And in order to build real applications, real complex applications, and even garner higher salaries and make your skills really valuable, we need to learn JavaScript, and we need to become better than just using templates and CSS. And that's what we're going to get into the next section. That is JavaScript. That is when the real power comes. I'll see you in that one. Bye-bye. Congratulations. You're actually learning quite a lot. Although things might still seem a little intimidating, you now have a newfound power where you can create websites, you can put them online. Now, there's still lots to learn, but one of the neat things about knowing how much we know now is that you can leverage other people's templates. Now, what does that mean? It means that unlike the startup landing page that we just created, you don't have to create everything from scratch. As a matter of fact, if you Google free HTML5 templates or free HTML CSS templates, there's a ton of free resources online that you can use. Now, after this lesson, I'm going to link to some of my favorite free resources, but one of them is Mashup Template. Here, you can actually use a bunch of free templates for yourself. And if I, let's say, go to Complex here, or no, let's do Factory, I can actually download the files here as HTML. And check this out. If I now open this, I now have these files, and there's a lot of files that we still don't know. There's some JavaScript here that we haven't talked about yet, and we'll cover these in later lessons. But the thing here is that you know about HTML and CSS. So now, if you actually double click on this HTML, you have a website that you can use and customize to your liking. And this website is free for you to use. You can now change the background image, you can change what the button does, you can do different things, and you can customize it just like we have with the startup landing page, but to your own liking by just changing the HTML and CSS files, which we have right here. This is the power of the web. The web allows programmers to share pieces of code so that we don't have to constantly reinvent things from scratch. Just like Bootstrap allowed us to do things easily in terms of layout, templates allow us to create websites. Instead of from scratch, we get to start with a basic template. Now, I want you to try building your own startup landing page. Up until now, I've shown you step by step, but you have the power to create something custom to your liking. You can use something like mashup templates, or you can elaborate on the current startup page. You have the power to do it. And although it may seem a little bit hard right now, we're still starting off, it's good for you to get that practice of doing things on your own, experimenting on your own. And even if you fail, even if it takes you hours to just center a text or a button, it's going to be good practice in the long run. So give it a go, create your own custom startup landing page, and if you're done, go share it in our Discord server. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back. In this section, I want to tackle the problem that we have, especially when we're starting out. That is, how do I create a layout of a website? And it's probably the hardest thing to learn when you're starting off. How do you create something, let's say like this, that is responsive, that we see all across the web? A navigation bar, a header, some grids, a footer down here. And how do we really make it responsive? In this section, we're going to build an ideal web page layout so that moving forward, you have the baseline and foundation to go off and customize and build whatever sites you want that are responsive without spending a lot of time, trial and error, trying different things with CSS, hoping that it works. So I'm going to show you my recommended way of laying out web pages that is responsive and have that template available to you moving forward. We're also going to learn about a new feature in CSS called CSS Grid, which is really, really powerful. And as you'll learn, allows us to use this CSS Grid combined with Flexbox to honestly not even need things like Bootstrap 4 or other libraries that allow you to do grids. Back in the day, it was really, really hard to do layout in CSS. But with tools like CSS Grid and Flexbox, you now have the abilities to really build beautiful, responsive layouts really, really fast. So let's get started. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. I've given you some starter files, so I recommend watching these videos as you code along as well on your computer. We have a few animal cards here that are extremely cute, obviously. Right now, if we look at what we have an HTML page with just simple divs that contain these little emojis of animals. And if we go to the Style tab, I've pre-filled a few things for you just so things look good. But all we're really doing here is we have a few colors and we've added gradients here just so it looks a little bit nicer. And we have the zones, which are these individual cards with some predefined CSS properties that we've already seen in the previous videos. Just with this base CSS that we see that we have some really nice looking cards. And right now we're using display inline block. If I change this to display block and I save this, let's refresh, we see that we now have blocks. That's great. But we want a little bit more control and perhaps make this grid a little bit more responsive, maybe look a little bit different and just overall cleaner. And when it comes to grids, CSS Grid is a way to go. So how do we use it? Well, the first thing we need to do is to have a container around these items. So I'm just going to create a new div and give it a class of container. We can name it whatever we want, but container is a nice descriptive class name. And we wrap all the items in this container. Now, the way CSS Grid works is very similar to Flexbox. That is, we give it the property of display grid, and all the children will now be able to be part of this grid system. So let's see what that looks like. I'm going to have the container class, and this container class will have display of grid. So remember with Flexbox, we can do flex. It's similar to that. We do display grid. And we no longer want to use the display block of the zones because we're going to have a grid system. So I'm just going to comment this out for now. We've just declared this as a grid system, but we actually need to tell it what to do now. And the most important part of CSS Grid is this property, grid template columns. And most likely, you're going to be using this in all your CSS Grid implementation. And what we can use these grid template columns is to tell our page how many columns we want to use. In here, if I say something like 300 pixels and 300 pixels, I save and refresh here. Look at that. I have 300 pixels and then 300 pixels. And automatically, because I've declared it this way with two definitions or two values, it assumes that we have two grids of 300 pixels and 300 pixels. So if I make this larger or smaller, it's always going to have 300 pixels to columns. If I add, let's say, another 300 pixels here and save, refresh, look at that. We now have 3 columns. Very, very nice. Another one that you'll see a lot of is the grid gap. And as you might guess from the name, it tells us how much gap we want between the grids. So if I do 20 pixels here and I refresh, I see that we get 20 pixels of gap. Now, this looks really good right now, but if I change things around, this isn't really responsive because each column is 300 pixels wide. And as we know, users have different display sizes. So you get these ugly grids where you have white space over here. How will we go about solving this? And you might be thinking, what if we just do percentages here? What if we had 4 columns and we say 25%, 25%, 25%, 25%? If I refresh this, look at that. I have 4 columns, but there's still some scrolling involved. Although we see that things are a little bit more responsive now. Now, you can totally do percentages with grid template columns, and it's definitely a lot better than using something like pixels. But you now have to start calculating the fact that you also have a grid gap of 20 pixels, and well, CSS Grid actually gives us a really, really good tool that I recommend you use 100% of the time instead of percentages or pixels or EMs or REMs, and that is called a FR, or a fraction. Now, what does the FR syntax mean? If I do 1 FR here and I save, and let's refresh. All right, I get 1 item. FR means we have 1 fraction in this column, so just fill it all up. If I do 1 FR again, and I refresh, I get 2 columns. But look at this. As I expand and make it smaller, it automatically resizes because I'm saying I want 2 columns that are 1 FR, 1 FR. Now, a better way to explain what this FR value means is if I do something like 2 FR here. What do you think will happen? If I save and refresh, this should give you a better idea. All we're saying is we want 3 columns. And in terms of the proportion or the sizes, I want the first 2 columns to be half the size of the 3rd column. Because in terms of fractions, this is twice as big as the other ones. As I make this larger and larger, it's always going to say and keep those proportions. This is going to be twice as large as the other ones. So when you're using CSS Grid, this is the best way for you to maintain this grid system and make sure that it's responsive. How cool is that? Just by writing 3 properties, saying that we want to use the grid system, adding maybe a grid gap and grid template columns with these FR values, we've made a grid system that is quite responsive. But there are a few more properties that we can use in CSS Grid, so let's check them out in the next video. Welcome back. Now that we've gotten used to the CSS Grid system, let's introduce a few more properties. Now, another thing we can do with CSS Grid, because remember, I said it was 2-dimensional. That is, we can control the rows as well. So far, this is something that Flexbox can do as well. We can do something like grid template rows now, and actually define the way the rows should look as well. So let's say I want to do 1 FR, 2 FR. What do you think will happen? Let's see. I'm going to save and refresh, and look at that. The first row has well, is 1 FR, but the second row is twice as big as the first one, as we can see here. And because of the way CSS Grid works, in the third row, because we haven't really added a third column, automatically, if there's more items, it's going to just start repeating. So the next row, which is the third row, will have 1 FR. So I can define different things here. I can say 3 FR for the third row, and let's say 5 FR for the last row. If I refresh and save here, whoops. If I save and refresh here, we see that we have our new columns or rows. But that looks ugly, so let's just keep it at 1 FR, which is the default. Now, another thing that we can do, and that you'll see a lot of, is the repeat function that we can add to something like grid template columns. So instead of doing this over here, I can say repeat brackets, and now I say how many times I want to repeat something. So the first number is how many times, so let's say 3 times. Repeat 1 FR. So that's like saying 1 FR, 1 FR, 1 FR 3 times. If I save this and refresh, I get 1, 2, 3. If I do 4 here and I refresh, I get 4. And you can imagine what happens if we do 6. We just keep repeating things. Another thing that we can do is the auto property. And the auto property just simply means fill in whatever available space we have. So if I do something like auto 1 FR, 2 FR, and I refresh here, you'll notice that the first column doesn't really have any spaces outside of the emoji. And auto can also be thought of as the max size of the content. If I make this fox, let's say have a content of 2, and I refresh, you'll see that the auto property automatically resizes to fit the content. And because this entire layout is on a grid system, it'll make sure that the ones below it will have the same size. If I do 1 FR here and I refresh, you'll see the difference of what we're talking about. It's not automatically scaling this first grid. Instead, it's going to keep the proportions that we have and extend anything below it that doesn't fit. So auto is another really, really good feature to use. But let's fix that. All right, let's tackle a few more properties in the next video. Another property that is very important when it comes to CSS Grid is justify items. And justify items, and the default is right now stretch. So that if I refresh this, nothing's going to change. But if I do start and refresh, it aligns the contents in a grid item along what we call the row axis. So the row axis is each row. If I do end and I refresh, we see that they're now towards the end. But a better way to visualize this is to actually use our developer tools. So if I go to View, Developer, Developer Tools, and we select our grid, you see that by clicking on this pointing icon and hovering over it, in Google Chrome, we actually see our grid system. And if I scroll, you see that it actually stays in place. But you see that we now have our items at the end of our grid system. Our last item, which is 2FR, right over here, is justified to the end. Our second column is justified to the end, and we see a bit of a gap here. And that is because, remember, we have one FR. And then the first item, because it's auto and the size is according to its content, doesn't really move. Whether we have end or start here, it's already within the maxed space of the grid system. And just like we have the axis around the row, if I change this to align items, and I save and refresh, this one's hard to see, so let's just do 5 or 300 pixels and refresh here. We see that align items is the exact opposite, where it's around a column axis. And we can use start end here to move those grid boxes around. But most of the time we want this filled and we don't want to move items around, so I don't really like using those two properties. So let's fix that to 1 FR. If I refresh, all right, we have things back to normal. I'm going to close this. Now, the last thing I want to show you inside of this container is my preferred method of actually creating a grid layout in any website that I built. And what I usually like to do is something new that we haven't seen before. I usually do repeat and define here how many rows I want. Let's say I want 3 at 1 FR. So I want everything to have the same size. But there's a problem here, right? Because right now, this is stretching, but as soon as we make it too small or too big, it's not extremely responsive, or it's not 100% responsive. So instead, I like using autofill. And in autofill, just to show you what it does, if I do something like 300 pixels and I refresh, and now I change the sizing, you'll see that our grid system or the column system adjusts autofills according to the size of our viewport, which is really, really nice. But right now, I just said 300 pixels. So again, it's not super, super responsive. So instead, we can use something else called the min-max. And I know this can look confusing, but if you remember this pattern, this is the most common pattern I would say to use when it comes to CSS grid. So once you get used to this, you can just copy and paste it and use it everywhere. And here, what we want to do is say, well, the minimum that we want the size of our columns to be, let's say I want the minimum to be 200 pixels. So that's the smallest it's going to get. The max though, how big do we want these to get? And this is a common thing. What do we want as the biggest? Well, just 1 FR. Because as we'll see, by doing this, it'll automatically adjust to the size of the viewport. Let me just save and show you what I mean. If I refresh here, I see I have 3 here. It auto adjusts based on our size. But you also see that the container itself is also adjusting in size. So that if I go smaller and smaller and smaller, look at that. As soon as we hit the 200 pixel minimum, it adjusts. And because we said 1 FR as the max, as soon as the viewport is really, really small and goes below 200 pixels, it's going to just take up 1 fraction. And in our case, it'll be the entire screen. So using this syntax of repeat, autofill, min-max, giving it a minimum, we're able to make this completely responsive. And as you can see here, it's pretty powerful, right? In just a few lines of code, we've made this grid system that is completely responsive. All right, up to this point, we've just focused on the container. But what about the individual items? What if we want something that's maybe bigger than the other item, and we don't want them all symmetrical like this? What would we do? Let's find out in the next video. Welcome back. Let's talk about individual items now when it comes to CSS Grid. Because up until now, we've just used this container and performed operations or changed views to all the items. But what if we wanted a bit of a funky grid system that has different sizing? In that case, we can just select individual items within this container. If we go back to our HTML page, we see that we have these zones, but each zone has different color. So let's use one of these colors, for example, green, which we have 2 of, to have some special CSS grid properties. So let's have a green class. And I'm just going to do it up here instead of at the bottom, so we can keep all the CSS grid things at the top. Now for individual items, I can say something like grid column and say what we want it to do in terms of the column grid system. And the way this works is we can give it where it should start and where it should end. What does that mean? Well, if I do grid column start and I say 1, and then have grid column end, and I give it 2, and I refresh the page, nothing changes. What if I do grid column 3 and I refresh? Whoa, what just happened here? In order for us to understand what these numbers mean, let's open up the developer tools once again. I'm going to select the items. And as we'll see over here, we see that we have a grid zone. And this fox is now taking up 2 grid spaces. And the way CSS grid works, it has a numbering system where the first line over here is 1. The second line over here is 2. And then this is 3. Let's just make this a little bit bigger to show you. That's better. We now have 3 grid systems, or 3 grid items. We have 1 here when the first one begins, 2 where the second one begins, and then 3 where the third one begins. So what we're saying here is that when it comes to columns, start at 1, which is right over here, and then end at 3. So that if I do 4 here and I refresh, you see that it now covers the entire length. But as soon as we make it a little bit bigger, well, it only is going to cover the 1, 2, 3, up to 4. And if we make it a little bit smaller, you see that because we said 1 to 4, it doesn't actually make it as responsive as it was before, and it actually extends to make sure that it fills in 1 to 4. And there's a shorthand way of doing this. Instead of saying grid column start and grid column end, we can just say grid column and then give it the start number and then slash the end number. So that if I refresh, you see that it's the same thing. Let's make this a little bit bigger. And let's just do 3 here just to keep it small. All right, I'm going to close this. And we see that our grid items now have, well, this looks pretty good actually. We have the green classes that span over more grids. Now, a trick here is that sometimes we just simply don't know what the user is going to see. And we might want this to span the entire length without having, the rabbit come in and then the frog and the lion come in. And we can actually do at the end here something like -1, which means all the way till the end. If I refresh here, there you go, and make this larger and smaller, we see that we're saying start at 1 and then keep going all the way until the end. In CSS Grid, -1 signifies the end of the viewport. So that now we see that we have a nice responsive grid again that just adjusts according to our viewport. Very, very cool. Now, sometimes we don't really know how many grids we're going to have on our page. And we also might not necessarily want it to span it all across from beginning to end. So a useful syntax here is to do something like span 2. which says span across 2 grids. If I refresh here, you see that green is spanning across 2 grids. If I do 3, it's going to span across 3 grids. And as you can imagine, the default is span 1, spanning across 1. But the interesting thing about this is if I do, let's say, span 2, and I refresh, as this gets smaller, you see that it's always going to span across to make sure that it covers whatever the 2 grids are, which is, once again, very useful. Finally, we can also do the same thing with rows. If we do grid rows or grid row, I can say, well, we want it to span to start at, let's say, 1 and end at 3. If I refresh here, look at that. Whoa, what just happened here? Well, let's take a look. We start at 1 and end at 3. And because green is also this unicorn over here, it automatically moved it all the way up because we want it to start at 1 as well. And remember, our grid system now is row, and if I open the developer tools and select the grid, 1 starts here, then 2, then 3 right here where it ends. So you have to be careful with the positioning here that this is going to move whatever it needs to all the way up to 1. But we're able to move things around and adjust the rows as well. Very, very cool. Our grid system is starting to look really, really nice. Let's do a bit more in the next video. Another thing I want to show you with the individual item in a grid is that we can do something like justify self. Remember, up here we did justify items and align items, but when it comes to individual items, we have to use self. And as you can imagine, if I do self start and I refresh here, we go to the start of the column. If I do align, it's going to go to the start of the row. And if we do end and refresh, again, we see that the same thing is happening. I'm going to leave this file for you as well so you can play around with it. I encourage you to try to create different types of grids and looks that you want. As you can see, it's pretty powerful, but also very, very simple, and allows us to create responsive grid systems very, very easily. Now, there's actually a cheat sheet that you can use to summarize everything that I've taught you up until now that I'll link to in this video. It's called the grid cheat sheet. And it shows you exactly what you need to do for the container. We've learned about grid gap, grid templates, align items, and also what to do with the children, such as grid column, justify self, align self, and it has all these little snippets that you can just click on and copy. So I recommend you play around with some of these properties on your own, because in the next part, we're going to use CSS Grid to build a complete website layout. I'll see you in that one. Bye-bye. Welcome back. Now, up to this point, we learned about HTML, CSS, templates, and learned how to do layout with things like Flexbox and CSS Grid. And probably the most important thing that you need to know from these sections is how to create a website, right? How to lay out a website, but also not spend a lot of time on simple tasks. Because when we get to the JavaScript section, which is the more exciting actual logic programming part of the course, that's when you truly become a developer. Up until now, with what we've learned is the foundation that allows us to build web apps and applications, but you're never going to actually get interviewed about these specific topics. I mean, yes, in small cases you might be. If you're a designer, you might get asked questions about CSS and HTML, but most of the time, the questions you'll be asked is on things like JavaScript, logic, and more complex topics that we're going to cover later on in the course. But the one thing that I really want you to take away from this section is being able to build websites fast. Or at least get to the part where you need to start writing JavaScript, because that's where your real job begins. So I have a task for you. Using all the skills that you've learned up until now, I want you to create a layout of a website, something that you're going to do over and over throughout your career. And I've created a small starter file here, where we have these little button-like containers, or divs. But as the name suggests, I want you to align these in a responsive way to something that looks like this. I know it's not the prettiest thing right now to look at, and we're only focusing on layout. But what I want you to do is to make the header green button over here be an actual header. We want the cover to be, well, the actual cover of our website. And then maybe have a project grid where we list all of our projects like we have over here. And then obviously a footer at the bottom. And I've selected this layout because it's a very common pattern that you'll see in a lot of websites. So you're going to be doing this a lot. So let's figure out the best way to go about doing this so that when I make this smaller, it's all responsive. So your task is to use whatever you've learned up until now to create this using the starter files. And don't worry, I'll have a solution video for you after this. And we'll also go into how easy it is once you have a layout, which is the recommended way to build a website, starting with the layout first. And then once you have the layout fixed, converting this into something usable like this. Because styling becomes really, really easy once you have the layout in place. Now, the one hint that I want to give here is to use both Flexbox and CSS Grid to accomplish your goal. Although anything you can do in Flexbox, you can do with Grid and vice versa, or at least most things, using the tools in combination, Flexbox and CSS Grid together is really, really powerful to allow you to build a layout like this. So good luck. I know it's going to be tough, but I'll see you in the solution video. Bye-bye. Welcome back. How was the exercise? Hopefully it wasn't too difficult. But if it was and you weren't able to finish it, don't worry. We're going to go over the steps. And luckily for you, once we do this, you'll have a template that you can use for all your websites. Because what we'll build will be something responsive that you can customize to your own liking. But you'll at least know the best practices after this video of how to do these common patterns that we see in a lot of websites. So let's get started. The first thing I want to do to convert this page is, well, a few things. Let's go to the HTML page first. And let's start off with the navigation. That is the header over here. A lot of websites have some sort of a header at the top. The first thing I want to do is to actually use semantic HTML and be more descriptive in what we are doing. So in our case, instead of div, I'm going to use the nav HTML element. And this is something that we've already talked about. And instead of just having header here, I'm going to have a UL class or UL element that will have a class name of main nav. And in here, we can just have li elements that will have an anchor tag. And because we won't have any links for this example, we can obviously do whatever new HTML page that we want to reference. But for now, we can just leave it blank. So the first one will, let's just say, be about. And we can copy and paste this for the other items as well. We'll have, let's just say, products. We'll say our team. And then finally, we'll have contacts. If I save this and refresh, there's our navigation. Doesn't look very good, does it? In real life, most of the time we see the navigation at the top. And sometimes we also see that there's navigation links at the top and one all the way to the right that's pushed to the right edge, such as contacts. So let's try and do that, where we have about, products, and our team at the top over here, and then contacts all the way to the right at the very edge. So for that, we can create a new class at the very last item that we want to, let's say, push, and we'll add these CSS classes now. If I go to, or let's save this first, if I go to Style, CSS, we can create our navigation here now. We have the main nav class, which we've created. And in here, we want to use Flexbox. So I'm going to say display flex to activate Flexbox. It sounds cool when I say activate Flexbox. I want to make sure I remove these little dots in front of the name. So I can just say list style none, which will remove these little pointers. And let's say that we want the font size to be, let's say, 0.7 EM. If I save and refresh here, all right, things are a little bit better, but still not perfect. One is we want to remove any margins. So I'm going to say margin 0. If I refresh, all right, we've removed some margins, but still not pretty. We want to perhaps add some spaces in between these things. I'm going to just have the li class, which is our navigation items, and I'll just say that we want the padding to be 20 pixels. I refresh. That's a lot better. Okay. And just to clean things up, let's say that our anchor tags, we also want them to be, well, to have a color of, let's just use F5, F5, F6. If I refresh, it's nice and whitish. That looks good. And we don't want those underlined, so I'm going to say text decoration, none. Refresh, all good. Now, because I want to start structuring this as an actual web page, I'm going to go to our zone class and just remove our padding and margin because we don't really need it. Refresh here. Things are going to start looking ugly, but at least we've moved all this white space. And then finally, our display, we're no longer going to use inline block. We want to start using our Flexbox or CSS grid. In our case, our main nav is going to have flex display. So we don't need our inline block anymore. I'm going to save and refresh, and that's a lot better. Because divs are automatically blocked, our displays for these bottom ones are now going to just be blocks, but our top one, our nav bar, has flex now, which is great. But you'll notice here we have a bit of a white gap. And this is very common when you're working with CSS. Sometimes browsers by default have some sort of CSS attached to them. In this case, in Google Chrome, our body element already has some predefined CSS classes that are pre-built by Chrome. So we can actually remove those and make sure that our margins are 0 by saying margin auto 0. And this is something, oh, make sure I spell that right. This is something that you'll see a lot of, and you'll do a lot of when it comes to just making sure that the styles, or at least the margins, are correct when you start off. So if I refresh here, look at that. Margins are gone and everything is filled on the page, which is great. The last thing I want to do is to move contacts all the way up to the right. And remember the push class that we added? Well, that's going to be super easy to do. All we need to do is to add a push CSS class that says margin left to be auto. And with this auto, if I refresh, contacts goes all the way to the right. If I inspect this element, so I just right click and click on inspect, and let's make this a little bit bigger so we can see. If I hover over li push here, we see that each LI element has its own box, but because we did margin left auto, our LI element, it's going to get automatically pushed because it has this automatic margin that it creates to the very end. If I did margin right, for example, and I refresh here, our margin would now actually be all the way to the right to fill up the entire width of the viewport. But let's go back to left. Oops. Let's go back to left, save, and refresh here. The neat part about this is that with this margin left auto, I can now resize our page, and you'll see that contacts is always going to be to our right. This is something that you'll see in a lot of websites, and we did that fairly fast. Not too bad, right? The last thing that I want to fix here is, as we'll notice, as we get closer and closer, it kind of overlaps our team, and well, now we have this weird little contacts that overflows. How can we fix this? Let's tackle that in the next video. Welcome back. In the last video, we had this problem of the view getting a little bit ugly with our navigation as we became smaller and smaller with our viewport. How can we fix this? And here, I'm going to show you a topic that I actually cover in my next course. But just because it might be useful for this case, I'm going to introduce you to something called media queries. And media queries allow us to create responsive websites and tell our web pages what to do when the size of our screen gets small or big. And I'll link to this website over here. But essentially what it allows us to do with media queries, we can have devices, tablets, laptops, wearables that have different screen sizes and tell it how to display our web page based on those sizes. For example, here it shows us what our viewports will be for iPhone 4 and iPhone 4S. And using this syntax of @media only screen and giving it some minimum device width and max device width, we can tell it how to display our page or have CSS properties specific to just this view size. That is, minimum view size is going to be 320 pixel and max is 480 pixels. And as you can imagine, there's a lot of these based on different devices and viewports. Now, things like CSS Grid and Flexbox actually resolve a lot of this, but I want to demonstrate just one use case with our little example. That is this contacts getting smushed. So let's create our own media query for our navigation. In order to do that, all we need to do is say @media. We say only screen, and this is saying, what do we want our media query for? And you can do things like print here, for example, when you're printing something, but 99% of the time, you're just going to have screen. And here we're going to say, and we'll say that max width is going to be 600 pixels. That is, use this CSS properties that we're about to define right here only when max width is 600 pixel. That is, as soon as this is less than 600 pixel in width, apply these properties here. So I'll say main nav will have a font size. We can do different things here, but let's just say a smaller font size. And maybe we'll do padding of 0, just so they're closer together. If I save this and refresh, look at that. Everything fits in because our font size is smaller and we've removed any extra padding that we may have. But notice here as I make things bigger. You see that? As soon as I pass 600 pixels, we restore our defaults with larger font size. Look at that. So using media queries, we just made our nav bar more responsive. Nice and easy. And this is a common pattern that I recommend with your navigation. That is, having our nav element with an unordered list and an li list. our main nav, which will be a flexbox, and we'll have a push class that uses this margin left auto to push whatever we want to our nav to the right side, usually something like contacts or login, to have it all the way to the right. So hopefully this wasn't too bad. Like I said, you don't need to memorize this. You can even copy the code that I'll leave for you at the end of these videos. Once you get used to this syntax, you now have a solid foundation to build a navigation. But we have 3 more things to go, so let's get to that in the next video. Welcome back. Now that we have our navigation, let's focus on our cover. If we go back to our HTML page, we have our cover div here, and we can just keep the div here as it is because we won't really know what the cover will be just yet. But I want to add a new CSS class called container here. And this container is going to define some properties for us that will make this truly a cover image, just like we have in our solution webpage over here. And let's add those exclamation marks because we're excited. Oh, not for context. For the cover, let's add the exclamation marks over here. Nice. All right, we'll go to our style.css and we'll add on our cover style now. This is actually going to be fairly easy. We want to have, let's say, display of flex, or first of all, let's make sure that we have the container class, and we'll have a display of flex. And I'm not using grid here because, well, we're not going to have any grid items. We won't have that many items in a cover. It's usually a button or a background image or some text. And display flex just makes things nice and simple. And usually we want things in the cover to be centered. That is, we want this cover to be right in the center. And as we make things smaller, it's always going to be in the center. That's something that we see a lot of in a lot of websites. And to do that, especially with Flexbox, is really easy. All we need to say is to align items, center, and to justify content, center. Just like that. If I save here and refresh, all right, this is centered. And as I move things, perfect. Everything is absolutely centered. But obviously, cover image should be a little bit larger, right? What do we do here? And I want to introduce to you something that you haven't seen before. But don't get scared. It's not that hard. I'm going to have height. And just to start us off, I'm going to show you, usually you might do something like 500 pixels. And if I refresh, awesome. I have a nice little height. But there's a problem here, right? Because I'm saying 500 pixel here. If the viewport, if I move things around, if I lift things up, you'll see that, all right, the view is not responsive when I go up because it's always 500 pixels. And this might not be the worst idea ever. Maybe you want your website to be like that. But if you do want this to be responsive in terms of going up and down as well, what we can do is use something called VH. That is the viewport height. And I like using viewport height, a new unit that we haven't seen before, for making things responsive when it comes to height. And what this states, it's going to look at the viewport, that is the view of the web page, and make sure that there's always a percentage of that viewport dedicated to this container. So if I do 50 VH, and if I refresh here, you'll see that my cover will be 50% of our viewport. If I do 100 and I refresh, you see that the cover fills up the entire viewport. The cool part is if I go up and down, this adjusts exactly according to the viewport height. That is the window of the browser. Very cool, right? And everything is still centered. So I like using the VH for something like a container. So let's keep it at 50 And if I refresh, look at that. Nice and responsive. How cool is that? And that's it for the cover. Not that hard, right? Let's move on to the project grid in the next video. Bye-bye. Welcome back. Let's move on to the project grid. Something that we see a lot of in websites, whether it's an image gallery or a list of your portfolio projects. Grid systems are very important and very common. And as we know, we learned the perfect way to create a grid, CSS grid, right? So let's see how this would look like and my ideal implementation. First, I want to go to the HTML page. And now let's make this a little bit bigger. In our project grid div, I know I want to use CSS grid, so I'm going to create a wrapper around this project grid. So I'm going to have a div. And this div will have a class of some properties that we'll add CSS to. And just to keep things blue the way they are, I'm going to give it the zone blue class that we have below. But we're going to make it a CSS grid, so I'm going to just say grid wrapper. And we can just remove the project grid. And in here, add a couple of sample little projects. If you remember in our solution file, I left for you a couple of images that you can just add like this so that we have some sort of a project grid. I'm not going to bore you with me typing all of that out because that's something that we've done before. I'm just going to copy and paste a div here with box zone. Box is a class that we haven't added yet, but we're going to create. These are going to be the grid items. We have zone, which again, something that we've already defined before, and our images. That's it. So if I save this and refresh, and let's refresh again. All right, this is absolutely hideous. Does not look pretty at all, but at least we have the images provided. But no employer is going to be impressed if they see this, right? So let's actually make this into a grid system. If we go back to the Style tab, let's add our grid here. And obviously, as the name suggests, when it comes to grids, CSS grids is the way to go. And there's many ways that we can lay things out, and it's something that we've already talked about in our CSS grid videos. So we're going to keep things simple. First is we want to actually say, hey, we're going to use CSS grid. So we're going to use the grid wrapper class that we created, which was this div that wraps all our projects. And we'll say display grid. We'll say that we want the grid gap to be 20 pixels. And then finally, our favorite property, that is grid template columns. And so everything is responsive. We'll say repeat, auto fill. And we'll say that the min max will be, let's say 350 pixels. So that is the minimum. And the maximum will be 1 FR, so that it fills the entire page when it's really, really small. So that if I save this and refresh, all right, that still looks pretty hideous, doesn't it? And that's because our images are, well, they're pretty massive, and you see that they're also not all the same size, or they have different padding. So the way to just fix that quickly, and something that you'll see a lot with images, is to give them a width of 100%. In our case, we can just say box, because remember, each div has a box class that we haven't really said anything about, and then an image. So using our CSS selector knowledge, I can just say all children of box that are images, I want the width to be 100%. If I save and refresh, all right, that's perfect. Now you see that each image has 100% width. That is, it fills in the entire piece of the card. And if I make this bigger and smaller, you see that it adjusts. Very, very cool, but still pretty ugly. But we have the CSS grid working. As you can see, as soon as it's less than 350 pixels, it changes the grid system. All right. So next we want to work on the individual cards. That is, we want to have our box. And here, we don't really need to add any extra grid properties. I mean, we could if we want, but I like the way things look. I like everything being symmetrical. I want all the items in the grid to be the same. So in here, we can just add our simple CSS properties like, let's say, background color. And we'll just give it a color of, let's say, 444, so that we have this dark color. And we definitely don't want these images to be this big. So we'll give it a padding of 130 pixels and maybe some margin as well of 20 pixels. If I save and refresh, that's a lot better. And remember, because we said that the width of the image is 100%, it's going to try and fill the entire box, but because the box now has padding of 130, both at the top, the bottom, and to the left and right, the width is now just this part. So that looks a lot better. And if we look over here, we now have a completely responsive grid system. How cool is that? And how simple was that using CSS Grid? Luckily for us, the last thing we need to do is this footer. And because the footer is at the very bottom, it's just going to stay at the very bottom. The only thing that we might want to do is to make sure that the text is centered. So in our case, we can just say footer. And as you guessed, yes, it's text align, our best friend, center. If I refresh, and make sure that I spell properly. If I save and refresh, well, that's not going to work because we should change our footer, which is div, to more of a semantic HTML tag of footer. Now, if I save and refresh, this is in the center. It looks great. Let's say 0 to mastery because our layout is looking really nice. And there you have it. That wasn't that bad, was it? I mean, sure, the first time around, that's kind of difficult, but the principles that I've showed you here can be transferred to a lot of websites. I mean, this looks pretty ugly. You're not going to want to visit a website that looks like this. But when it comes to layout, everything is responsive and nice, right? And you can imagine yourself expanding on this and building a beautiful website. I wanted to show you this layout system because this is what I would use if I was building a website. I would start off with the HTML and create the layout that is responsive. Because after this, all I really need to do is add text, images, and colors, maybe some CSS styles to make it pretty, so that you can turn something like this that doesn't look good but has the layout implemented into something like this, which, I mean, doesn't look that great yet, but in the next video, I want to show you how, because we have the layout set up, we can convert our base layout project into something like this in less than 5 minutes. So let's do that in the next video. Welcome back. Let's take just 5 minutes to quickly make this website a little bit prettier. Just to show you how easy it is to customize a website once you have the layout done. A recommended step that I've mentioned multiple times. When you build a website, figure out your layout, make it responsive, and once that's done, the rest is kind of fun. You just add nice CSS properties, some images to just prettify it. So in our case, I want to show you a website called, well, noshit.xyz. And it's going to really help you out because, Well, it gives you free design resources to use. And they have fonts, illustrations, mockups, UI kits, everything for free that you can use on your website. In our case, we can use something like OnDraw over here that gives us a ton of MIT illustrated or licensed illustrations. So if I go to Browse Now, we see that we have a ton of images that we can use. So in my case, I've downloaded one of these images, and we're going to use it as our cover photo. So let's go back to our project, and in my cover photo over here, instead of just having cover with exclamation marks, I'll just have an image tag that will have a class of cover, a CSS property that we're gonna, or CSS class that we'll use. And it's going to link to the image that I just downloaded in my images folder. Again, this should already be in your starter files that I gave to you. So if you look in that folder, you'll see that we have an image folder. And from there, we're gonna grab the onDraw.jpg. If I save this and refresh, and make sure I finish that off with an ending bracket, and I refresh, and this is a PNG. Let's refresh. That's a lot better, but oh boy, that's a big image. We can easily fix this by going to our style, going to our cover, and using the cover class that we've added to the image to just say that we want the width to be, well, we can say 100%, but that might be too big. I don't like it that big. Let's do 30 EM. If I refresh, or REM, if I refresh, that's better. But we want to get rid of this red background now. Let's have everything in white. Just going to go up to our zone, and we can just actually remove the red from here. If I refresh, much better. That looks a lot better. All right. So as we see, the image size isn't growing, which is good, but it looks nice and pretty as the cover photo. Another thing that I noticed is that when I scroll down, I want the header tab to be sticky, that is to scroll with me. And that's another common pattern that we'll see that's fairly easy to do. We can just give the nav element a sticky class, and this sticky class can say that it'll have position of fixed and a top of 0, that is, start at the top. And if I refresh this, it will actually, because of the position fixed, although it works now, it messed up our width. So we want to make sure that the width is always 100%. So all we would do is at the end say width 100%. Again, these three properties together is a common pattern that you'll see to make navigation sticky. So that now when I scroll down, look at that, our navigation is nice and sticky. Let's make the green navigation bar blue. So I'll turn this into blue. All right, that looks a lot better. What else? We can change our font, let's say, to something prettier. Font family. Let's just say Arial. If I refresh, all right, that looks a little bit cleaner. What else can we do here? Well, just to finish it off, maybe we wanted to do something different when we hover over the zone. Let's say that with the boxes, when we hover over them, I can just copy and paste this. Let's make them tilt a little bit. So I'll say box. And instead of shadow or box shadow, we'll say transform. And we'll just say that we want to rotate, say, -7 degrees. If I save and refresh, Look at that. We have some grid systems that when we hover over them, they rotate 7 degrees. I mean, I wanted to demonstrate to you how fast we can convert a website to start looking good. By no means is this perfect, but by just changing a few properties, we've now gone from this to our final view. And you can imagine how within a day of improving this website, making this a little bit prettier, maybe you really like this website's cards that they have here. So you can just inspect the element and perhaps just copy their CSS styles. But there's a lot of flexibility here. The important point, though, is the fact that you start with your layout using Flexbox and CSS Grid, and then it's really up to you and your creativity to design beautiful websites. I hope that was fun. I definitely had a lot of fun playing with CSS Grid and Flexbox, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye-bye. Hey there. I wanted to take a quick video to explain something. And this is something that I made the mistake of when I first started off, when I first started teaching myself programming. You see, you start off with HTML, and things are fairly simple. You learn some tags, you learn some attributes, and you're starting to get it, how websites are built. And then you learn about CSS and all the things that you can do to websites to make them pretty and beautiful. But then you start encountering all these CSS properties. There's so many of them. There's no way for you to remember all of them. And they each act differently on the element. So that things like positioning a navigation bar becomes really difficult because you have one button that for some reason is styled differently and you can't figure out why. And that is a problem that everybody has. CSS is notoriously difficult and frustrating to learn. But this is the mistake that I made when I first started off. I thought I had to know everything in HTML, everything in CSS before I even touched JavaScript. So I spent way too much time learning everything about HTML, everything about CSS, getting frustrated and frustrated because I couldn't get my websites to look like somebody that has been doing it for years. And here's the thing. If this was that easy, then every single person would be doing it. But it's not. It's tough to master these skills. But each day you make small little progress, step by step, so you become better. However, I don't want you to fall into the trap that I did. That is, to not start off learning JavaScript right away. Because you see these circles over here? These circles, the size of them, represent how important they are to your career. Now, if you want to be a web designer, designing websites and making things look pretty, then CSS is quite important to you. However, if you want to be a developer, somebody that works on logic, on JavaScript, and builds applications, well, you need to focus on JavaScript. Because although you need to know CSS, those are things that you're going to work on while working on JavaScript. So each time you're learning JavaScript and working with websites, you're also, as an effect, working with CSS. So although your knowledge might not feel complete right now with CSS, by using JavaScript and starting with JavaScript as soon as possible, we focus on the most important topic at hand. And little by little, as you're learning JavaScript, you're also going to learn more and more about CSS. So I encourage you, trust me on this, because I've been through it as well. Don't start learning every single CSS property, trying to memorize everything, because that's not how you work. A web developer is somebody that uses JavaScript to make smart applications. And that is what your focus should be on. And along the way, you will also build your HTML and CSS knowledge. And that is the path that we're taking with this course. Not the longest, slowest path, but the most efficient path. I'll see you in the next video. Bye-bye.